bonita.
Infra-A-S-U-N-G-O-R-I-L-L-A 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 Infra-A-S-U-N-G-O-R-I-L-L-A
I fell in love with San Pedro. Warm wind carried on the sea. He called for me. Te amo. I prayed that the days would last. They went so fast. Tropical, the island breeze. All of nature wild and free. This is where I long to be. La Isla Bonita. And when the samba plays, someone said so high, ring through my ears and sting my eyes. Your Spanish lullaby.
La bonita.
Crowded places, shouting, searching for you, finding feelings. I wonder how.
Waste.
Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side to a world that shines so bright. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side. Follow me into the light. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side to a world that shines so bright. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side. Follow me into the light. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side to a world that shines so bright. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side. Follow me into the light. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side to a world that shines so bright. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side. Follow me into the Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side to a world that shines so bright. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side. Follow me into the light. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side to a world that shines so bright. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side. Follow me into the Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side. Follow me into the light. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side to a world that shines so bright. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side. Follow me into
Great back-to-back W's the last few days. Heroes of Infrared.
Alright, what's up, guys? We've had a pretty eventful past few days. Sorry, we've had a pretty eventful day. Again, I am trying to fix something, which is my sleep schedule and when I start streaming. You know, I don't want to stream this late all the time because that's less hours, right? I want to do like 8 hours a ton, so tomorrow hopefully we'll get back to it, right? Tomorrow's Sunday. Hopefully we'll get back to it tomorrow, okay? I was conflicted about streaming today because I wanted to see, I wanted to see the Batman, right? But I can't because like next week I'm going to Austin, right? So I'm gonna have to skip at least one day of streaming just to go to Austin, okay? Thank you, Dodge. Appreciate you. Maybe even 2 days I'll have to skip, right? So I'm gonna probably stream like every day until then. Also, it's been a pretty eventful day. A lot was Putin has made a lot of announcements about what there's actually a new course of action, it seems, in Ukraine. There's also hold on. We'll just put this up for now because this is a current map of the advance of Russian forces in Ukraine. Okay, so I'll just put this up. A lot of shit in my fucking nose. Oh god, I've got a lot of shit in my fucking throat. Okay, here we go. That. Okay. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. This is the current map of where Russian forces are, like how much of Ukraine they have right now. Hey, Fluffer, why don't you go ahead and get in my fucking VC, Fluffer? How about you actually prove and demonstrate that I'm stupid and that you're smarter than me? So go ahead and get in my fucking VC and let's see who's more fucking stupid. How about that? Otherwise, you're a little bitch and you're bluffing, right? His name's Fluffer, which I'm assuming you're a furry, right? So you should have no problem getting in my fucking VC. You know, these ugly nerds are just so fucking, like, aggressive, right? And they have so much aggression they have to take out on the internet that they can't do in real life. You are so fucking stupid! Because they've defined what they consider to be intelligence, a person's ability to repeat what the authorities tell them. And that's what they consider intelligence. What a fucking pussy. What a literal fucking pussy. Quote me. You fucking spam that one more time and you're permaban. Will I debate him on Sunday? Absolutely, yes, I will. I will fucking destroy him tomorrow. There you go. Hang on, I'm busy clipping that. Hey, Fluffers, clip this. Go ahead. Clip this, Fluffers. Go ahead and get in my VC, by the way. Go ahead and get in my VC. Called me a fucking idiot. And yet decided he's going to make a clip instead of actually, like, proving anything in VC. Go ahead and like break down how my position is stupid or how what I've said is stupid.
Stalinism donated $3. Could you explain what a no-fly zone is and why it's a big deal?
A no-fly zone is when a military basically says, it's literally what it sounds like. This is a no-fly zone. If you fly in this zone, we're going to shoot you down. That's what a no-fly zone means. Jangles makes fun of my body. Does he really? Does Jangles actually make fun of my body? Does he really do that? Because that's just like not an argument. I wish upon no one when they look like Jangles. I wish upon nobody that argument when you look like Jangles. I mean, this is a guy who his pinned tweet is a fitness goal to lose 32 pounds. Why would you ever be... Go finish your fitness goal before you fucking start talking about anything. Go finish your fitness goal first before you start talking about someone else's fucking appearance. A no-fly zone must be enforced by troops on the ground. I must have gotten it wrong. I've always thought a no-fly zone was when you, like, consolidate the airspace. I always thought it was about, like, shooting down shit in the airspace. I literally didn't know what it is. I'm learning what it is. Wait, let me look this up. Because, are you sure? No-fly zone. Because someone said... A mod is telling me a no-fly zone must be enforced by troops on the ground. It's a euphemism for a ground invasion. So I was right about a no-fly zone, yeah. It's an air exclusion zone. Yeah, there you go. I was right. NATO is not going to... Look, if NATO wants to get involved in this conflict that directly... They're not going to do it through a no-fly zone. They're just going to fucking, like, go there. And, yeah. No-fly zone has typically been a way for, like, a military to be like, we're going to invade, but not really. Right? But in this case, there's no such thing. If they're going to do a no-fly zone, they may as well do a fucking ground invasion. Because Russia is going to treat it the same way. Right? They're not just going to be like, oh, you're shooting down our planes? That's totally not an act of aggression that's going to lead... Watch out, Haas. They have just set fresh bottles of Molotov cocktails. Putin is toast. Why should Russia be allowed to fly in Ukraine airspace in the first place and kill civilians plus kids? Oh god, we have a fucking idiot in the chat. What's new? We get one every day. Yeah, you know what? Should we just start? Yeah, I you know what? I want to be a smart guy because I feel like if in order to be a smart, intelligent person, this is basically what you have to say. You have to be like, you know what, guys? Putin is just flying. He's in Ukraine to murder babies, and that's why he's there for babies to die. That's the goals of Putin's special military operation. Is an operation to eliminate babies and eat them. Why am I ignoring the credibility of this map? Because apparently it's correct and consistent with video evidence in battles. This is the same map, except different scale of the map. Much smaller scale on this one. They just mark the advance into larger cities with small red dots in this map. And yeah, none of the maps are going to be 100% correct. So this is pretty much the same thing, right? So there you go. Maybe this one's more accurate technically. So this is, what is it, day 11 or day 10 of the special operation. And this marks the current advance of Russian forces in Ukraine. Now keep in mind, this doesn't mean all of the places in Ukraine that have been occupied. it means the extent of the Russian advance. Okay? The extent to which Russian forces have advanced into Ukraine. Putin, okay, so I want to tell you guys something. This is probably the most breaking news of the entire thing that's developed for the past few days. Negotiations, I presume, have not been going that well. The Ukrainian military continues to play around and fuck around, and they're not being cooperative, right? So Putin has said something that's pretty surprising, if you ask me. He said something pretty surprising, if you ask me. Let me show you this. It's pretty, big news. Ooh, this is big news, okay? According to President Vladimir Putin, today's leadership in Kiev must understand, if they continue in the same spirit, they call into question the future of Ukrainian statehood. And if that happens, it will be entirely on their conscience. So it kind of sounds like to me, and I don't mean to take the President Putin's words out of context, I think what it sounds like he's saying is that if they continue to go on the path that they've gone, Russia may just eliminate the statehood status of Ukraine and just annex Ukraine and make it part of a union state or something. Yeah, we have a lot of news to report on. But this is pretty crazy. This kind of surprised me.
Сегодняшнее руководство должно понять, что если дальше они будут продолжать делать то, что
They
они
could also
делают...
break it up into smaller countries. That's true. We don't really know what he means by this.
Сегодняшнее руководство
Kyiv executed one of the diplomats. I did see that. We're going to cover that too.
должно
There's
понять...
a lot of news. By the way, guys, I can't show this on stream. But supposedly, Russian ambassador receives long-standing ovation at the PSU Congress. This is Nicolas Maduro. Guys, also, I can't show it on stream, so I'm just going to report it to you. Remember that video of the Azov battalion greasing bullets with pig lard, saying that they're going to use them for Chechen orcs, and they were using pig lard because pork and swine is prohibited in Islam? Remember that? Well, Chechen forces found those guys in Mariupol, and this is what I heard, and I saw some video evidence. Apparently, they got beheaded by the Chechen forces. Yikes. Apparently, the Azov battalion who released the video of calling Chechens orcs and that they were greasing bullets with pig lard, apparently Chechen forces beheaded them. Now, I'm going to report this as impartially as I can. We don't advocate any kind of violence, of course not. But I'm just relaying you this news. They got beheaded. The Chechens beheaded them. It's obviously one of the great tragedies of war. It's just there's a lot of violence. Great tragedies of war. Great tragedies of war. I don't know if this is confirmed anywhere. I'm looking for a confirmation. I don't know if it's been confirmed. It's just that, it's, I guess it's a rumor for now, right? I don't know if it's been confirmed. I have no idea if it's been confirmed or not. So this is the Russian ambassador to Venezuela, and this is the PSUV, which is the ruling party of Venezuela.
de la Federación de Rusia, Sergio Melik.
There's an MMA fighter who's in Ukraine. He's being tortured by Ukrainian Nazis. I can't show the video, but it's really sick. I do believe he's a Muslim fighter, and they have like, they've just made this. Yeah, they're really doing disgusting shit. Really sick. And it's only because he was fighting for a Chechen team, something along those lines. Yeah, he trained at a Chechen gym. That's it. That's exactly what it was. So this is Russia's ambassador to Venezuela, and they're getting a standing ovation. This is how a great deal of people outside of the Western world think of Russia's invasion. I mean, if you look at the like anonymous populist, just ordinary South Africans, they're just very much pro-Russia, pro-Putin. Same thing in Latin America. We're seeing the same thing from the Middle East. We're seeing the same thing in China. I mean, Chinese social media is just going crazy, buzzing with absolute praise and adoration. I even saw a video Ezra shared of a Chinese video alleging Putin has Chinese ancestry. That's how much they admire Putin. They're finding he had Chinese ancestry, right, on Bilibili. But Putin is beloved by so many people around the world after this special military operation. And that's a side of the story you're not hearing, okay? In the West, there's I want to ask you guys a question. Now, look, I want to ask you guys a question, okay? Just quick question. And I want you guys to like, I want to ask you guys a question. You right? So let's pull out a world map. And I want you to do some critical thinking here. So Redditors, I want you to do some critical thinking. Why is it that anti-Russian sentiment is primarily confined to the blue countries that are being highlighted? And meanwhile, in the green and red countries, there's a great deal of praise and sympathy for what Russia's doing. It's kind of a riddle, isn't it? I mean, even Mexico is refusing to go along with the sanctions ordered to them by the United States and Europe. In Poland, you must be joking. So this is the one dumb fuck in my chat. Yes, Eastern Europe is the exception to this. And probably, oh no, they're here too. So what's your fucking point? The Caribbean doesn't support Putin. What do you mean the Caribbean? Jamaican? Okay, actually that's not true. I saw Haitians waving Russian flags earlier last year. Right? They like Russia there. I'm sure they are sympathetic to Putin in places like Haiti. Now, if you're talking about the fucking Cayman Islands or... Like, this guy's such a dumbass in my chat. No, the Caribbean doesn't support Putin. Little St. James doesn't support Putin. Like some random fucking island in the Caribbean. Dude, shut the fuck up. It means nothing. Oh my god, Little St. James just does not support Putin. Haha, you think Lithuania supports Putin? Like, literally, like, the only exceptions, like, the overwhelming majority of red and green, and you're finding, like, one exception. I mean, if you want to go there, Turkey isn't against Russia. Turkish people aren't against Russia, like they are in the West. But I'm asking you guys, look at the broad trend. Why is it, and you even, look, you fucking lawyer Andy, stupid pieces of shit, dumb fucks. This is literally a Redditor's brain. Redditors are the dumbest fucks, scum of the earth. They hate generalities. They point out an exception and they think it means the generality becomes meaningless because they're fucking stupid, fucking juvenile-brained, dumb fucks with Dunning-Kruger. And for them, the pinnacle of intelligence means pointing out an exception in a generality. Sure, there's no such thing as a Western world because there's some exceptions to how it's labeled. Shut the fuck up. You get the point. So, you stupid Reddit brain dumb fucks who are anti-Putin and anti-Russia, I want you to shut off that little cuck gynecomastia part of your brain that tells you to look for exceptions and everything, and just the devil's advocate, right? Why is it that hatred of Russia primarily comes from these blue countries? Meanwhile, most of the red and green countries are sympathetic to Russia. Can you please explain that to me? Why is it that you're not going to find universities in these green and red parts that are getting in on the stand with Ukraine shit as nearly as much as you are in the blue places? Can you fucking explain that to me? You think someone waving a flag 5 years ago? Was it 5 years ago, you stupid fuck, or was it last year? And by the way, it's only March of 2022, so that means it was in 2021. It probably wasn't even 1 year ago. It was less than 1 fucking year ago that they're waving Russian flags. And you think that's the same as 5 years? You are actually, literally, naturally a stupid person. And you should fucking feel bad for ever typing anything in public on the internet. You should feel bad for having ever typed anything on the fucking internet because you're a fucking idiot. There is no reason to think Haitians would be sympathetic to Ukraine. Everyone who opposes U.S. hegemony and the U.S. status quo, more or less, with one exception, more or less are sympathizing with Russia's decision. South Africans threw a fit when one of their TV broadcasters blocked RT that was coming from Europe. And they were like, what the fuck? Why would you block RT? So I want to ask one of these anti-Russia, anti-Putin, Slava Zucchini, Slava Zucchini. I want to ask you guys, why exactly do you find this pattern? Why is it that you're pretending the world is against Russia when it's only these blue countries, more or less, and meanwhile the rest of the world applauds or is indifferent to Russia's actions? Can you please answer that fucking question? Can you the green countries are too poor to oppose Russia. Oh, because Russia's such a great trading partner with the fucking Ivory Coast. Shut the fuck up, you dumbass. Can you cope any harder? Can you cope any harder? So no one has an answer for this. Does anyone have an answer? Does anyone who's against Russia have an answer? Why is it that all of this anti-Russian sentiment is coming from the blue countries and the majority of the red and green countries don't share that sentiment? Does anyone have an answer? We're waiting for some kind of answer. Oh, because of RT propaganda. That must be it. It must be because all of these other places are victim to RT misinformation, and all of these countries get correct information. And by correct, we don't actually mean factually correct. We mean politically correct, meaning politically aligned with the deep state and the Davos agenda and George Soros' agenda, right? They watch too much Haas and they watch too much RT, right? Brilliant answers, guys. Brilliant answers. You know, I just have shit in my nose. Give me a sec. Okay. They're saying Russia, our friend. What are they saying? I can't hear. Russia, friend, our nation. Russia, friend, our nation is with you. This is the Russian ambassador. So Russia knows who their friends are, right? Look at that. Beautiful. Absolutely
El
beautiful.
embajador de la
Today's Congress sees the participation of the ambassador of Cuba. Here we go. Nothing wrong with it. Russia, Cuba, Nicaragua, Bolivia, Palestine, and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Beautiful. Beautiful. Some of the most based countries on earth, if not the only ones, with some exceptions. With some minor exceptions. How do you justify the war in Ukraine in one sentence?
Based.
Security of Russia.
Do you think this has inadvertently brought India and Pakistan together? Decreased the threat of nuclear war between the two?
Thank you, Di Solano. And I think for as long as there's problems in Kashmir, I don't know what's going to bring them together. As long as that Kashmir dispute is not being settled, I'm not sure exactly what could bring them together. If the Soviet Union gets put back together, what do you think will happen to the EU? I think the EU is not sustainable with or without. I don't think it's relevant. Hey, you ever get your balls back from Destiny? I can literally picture and imagine what you look like, and you're an ugly, disgusting, pathetic fuck. You're an ugly, disgusting, pathetic fuck. And if you want to actually disprove me, get in my VC and prove to me you have anything but the voice of a fucking soy boy little pussy. Get in my VC, and if you have anything but the voice of a pathetic, whimpering gynecomastia, low testosterone beta male, you might prove me wrong, right? But I'm literally imagining someone who says, Quasimodo. What does that even mean? Hey, you're an ugly band kid nerd, right? You're a band kid nerd. You're an ugly band kid nerd. That's what you fucking are, right? You're an ugly, disgusting band kid nerd. Wah, cry harder, hunchback. So you're not going to actually disprove what I'm saying because you know it's correct. Let's actually check this guy out because he has a profile on Twitch and he's been here since 2017 and he's part of the little DGG community. And he's actually a streamer. So this guy is part of DGG's little community and he has problems with his father. He has father issues, right? So because of the problems he has with his personal relationship with his father, he's in Destiny's community. And Destiny taught him that there's nothing wrong with being a beta male. And it's created like this emotional attachment he has to Destiny, where if I yell and make his little daddy look like a bitch, it personally affects him and his own ability to come to terms with being a pathetic fucking loser little bitch, right? Yeah, Destiny became his new father, right? And I attacked his father. I yelled at his father. I exposed his father. And by the way I mocked and yelled at and bullied Destiny around and slapped him around, that is 1% of what I have on Destiny, by the way. That's 1% of what I have on him. You have the emotional control of the donkey. Let's check this guy out. So this is an anonymous account. B left. And they were created in January 2022. I'm guessing about 800 pounds. I think those scooters at Walmart are made for you. That's all I could say. Those scooters at Walmart, I think they're made for you. This is what these people tend to look like when they don't even have a profile picture. You're really weird and attack people on a personal level. Okay, how many times do I have to tell you Destiny's a little bitch? Like, the guy you look up to is a beta male. Enough said. It's literally enough said. You don't even have to like me. It doesn't matter what you think of me. You don't have to like me. But you do have to accept the objective truth that Destiny is a beta male. You just have to accept that. You don't even have to like me. He's a beta male. I'm weak. Destiny's weak. You want to talk about weakness? Let's not get started. Let's not get started with weakness, okay? You're a Destiny follower and you're calling me weak. Why don't you get in my fucking VC, Destiny follower, StarCraft nerd, and we'll see who's fucking weak. I don't care about Destiny. Here's the thing. You should care about sucking my balls. Because that's the only thing you're doing by typing in my chat, trying to get somewhere. The thing is, it's not going to happen. I thought Ukraine is pro-democracy and pro-West. Yeah, Ukraine is so democratic that they've jailed journalists and they've made journalists disappear. Is this guy coping about Destiny making and unmaking his career? Wait. I like this guy. We're actually gonna focus a lot on this guy. TW00LGER. I'm talking to you personally right now. I'm referring to you personally. So sit tight, Tulu. I'm referring to you personally. Okay? So the first thing I'm gonna say to you, let's look at him. He's been here since 2014. So this means there's a high chance that this person is a predator, right? He made the account. Look, he's been here since 2014, and he made the description about me, right? So Twugler over here, right? Twugler over here is one of my orbiters, because Destiny's whole community is my orbiter. But specifically, we're going to focus on what he said. So Twugler, right? So Twugler, let's ask you this simple question. You said, are you coping about Destiny making and unmaking my career, right? Remember that? Twugler, where are you, by the way? Because you're going to get in my VC. You got to get in my VC, right? Because you've been here since 2014, and this is the culmination of your life. I know you're probably old. You're probably like a 40-year-old man. You've been here since 2014. Clearly, you're old enough to be a pedo, right? Which they're disproportionately represented in Destiny's community. But Twugler, You said destiny made and unmade my career. So, at what point did my fucking career end, you stupid fuck? Because there has never been a fucking point in the history of me streaming anywhere on the internet where I've been this successful. So please fucking explain to me the exact point in which my career came to an end. Go ahead and explain to me the exact point in which my career came to an end, you stupid, disgusting, ugly fuck. Go ahead. Go ahead. There you go, pussy. Now, you want to get unbanned, you can get in my VC. But until then, you're a pussy. You'll always be a pussy. You'll always be a fat fuck nerd loser for the rest of your life. That's all you'll ever be, and that's all you'll ever amount to. That's all anyone will ever know you for. Can you explain how 141 countries voted to condemn Russia 3 days ago? You have a graph up showing the majority of countries sided with Russia. 140 governments voted to condemn Russia because they're either puppets of the American empire, they're indebted to the IMF, or America asked them to and they fear some kind of repercussions, right? Or they want to cozy up to America for some fucking reason. But when it comes to popular sentiment on the ground, you are not seeing this astroturfed pro-Ukrainian campaign take off anywhere when it comes to these fucking countries. I'm not talking about how their fucking government voted at the UN. I'm talking about the sentiments of the people on the ground. Now, the government of South Africa voted to condemn Russia. Does that mean South Africans agree with what their government's doing? No! The majority of South Africans are sympathetic to Russia. And the other even if we agreed with that, the other countries that didn't vote to condemn Russia, it just in terms of their governments, still comprise the majority of the world's population. They still comprise the majority of the world's population. Wait, that might have been a mistake. Hold on. Was that no? I think those were the signatories to UN criticizing Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which was 87 countries. So we got that wrong. Wait, 55% of the countries abstaining or not agreeing to condemn comprise 55% of the population. So what is factually not true? How countries voted to condemn the UN's resolution. So this is how it looked. These are the governments. These are not the people, but the governments, okay? And these countries abstained. The orange country said no. The purple country said yes. Did Saudi Arabia... Hold on. Did Saudi Arabia and the UAE actually condemn Russia? Because that really surprises me. They actually condemned Russia? Wow. I'm even surprised Egypt did. That's interesting. Well, that just shows the extent to which they're attached to the US still. Because Saudi Arabia had been getting closer to Russia, and so had the UAE. But again, those are the governments. The people of the Middle East are overwhelmingly pro-Russian when it comes to this conflict. Yeah, that's pretty sad for Egypt. And look at based Ethiopia, right? Look how fucking beautiful based... Sorry, fuck, that's not Ethiopia. Look at beautiful based Ethiopia right here. That's Sudan. Look at beautiful based Ethiopia. What does this even mean? Does this mean they're just ascended and they're not even in the UN anymore? What does this what does this white thing mean? What does that mean? It means absent. They didn't even show up. It's even better. They didn't even care to show up. And that's why I support Ethiopia against Egypt, okay? That's why. Fucking based. They didn't even show up. They didn't even show up to class. They said, fuck it, bitch. We're not fucking... That's how you know who's an American puppet and who's not. Okay. Can someone tell me why this country, this small... Okay, please, go ahead. Vosh wants us to believe that this country right here has a genuine, independently formulated reason to vote yes. This country, like, just decided to... This hasn't... Benin. Yeah, they just decided to vote yes, right? And this... Aren't one of these countries a French colony somewhere? And these countries, right? They just decided to, right? This country right here, but based on its own rational, independent evaluation of the events of what happened, decided to come to the conclusion that Russia was in the wrong. And it was entirely like their own independent analysis, their own like independent conclusion, and they just said, yeah, Russia's bad here. We're gonna condemn it. Let's look at all these other countries. Which one is Cambodia again? This is not Cambodia, is it? Oh, it is. Fuck, it is. It is. Okay. So Cambodia, because of its own assessment of what happened, the legal scholars of Cambodia, they came and said, you know what? We're condemning Russia's actions. We Cambodians have our own independent reasons for just deciding to shit on Russia, and we're just going to do it. It's totally not because we are a colony of America and Europe. No, 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 no. We have our own independent reason to condemn Russia. And, you know, it's like that simple, right? It's that fucking simple. Oh, God, no. Not the Galapagos Islands. Not the Galapagos Islands. Not them. Oh, no. What'll Russia ever do? They'll never recover. Oh, God, this fucking country? What is this called again? Is this Lesotho? Yeah, Lesotho. Not Lesotho! No! Anyone but Lesotho! Come on! And look at based Eritrea. Look at based Eritrea. Eritrea, totally based. Look at based Eritrea. Okay? Obviously Syria's based. Obviously Belarus is based. I want to quiz the dumbasses in my chat. Hey, lib shits. What country is this? What country is this? Liberals. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liberals. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dumbasses. You don't even know that this is Russia, do you? You don't even know this is Russia. You dumbass lib shits. You're like, this must be that one. This is Czechoslovakia. I heard they're communist. Fucking dumbass. The Russian Defense Ministry has taken the path of destroying the military infrastructure of Ukraine. This part of the operation is now all completed, according to President Putin. Oh, there's a lot of shit I want to show you guys. So Ukrainians tried to get a Congolese man to fight, and this is how he responded. Let's check it out.
Tried to get a Congolese man fight for.
Did you see Ukrainian troops kidnapping members of their own government? Yes. I don't know if we covered this, but yeah. So this is an MP being intimidated by a freedom-loving democracy fighter. See post about Azov battalion murdering civilians in Mariupol? Yeah.
Какие рассказы?
Наши с Востока, блядь.
Наши с
Да,
Востока?
ты говорил.
Я
ты
сказал,
говорил.
что должна
Ты
закончиться,
говорил,
я
блядь.
сказал, должна закончиться война, и ребята должны вернуться
И
домой.
ребята должны вернуться домой, да? А каким, блядь, образом закончить
Democracy in action.
войну, ты обещал? Или говорил?
This is democracy in action. This is the tough guy right here.
А?
Что способ, который читал?
Какой способ? Отвести войска через них?
Нет.
Да, блядь.
Я-
Перестать стрелять, блядь, отойти, нахуй.
Нет.
Так ты говорил.
Нет, я говорил по-другому.
Да, ты так говорил.
Я говорил по-другому.
Ты так, блядь,
Я говорил
говорил.
по-другому.
Yeah.
Ёбище.
Tough guy right here. That's the tough guy. Alright, let's watch this video again.
For them.
Take a listen.
He refused.
They even told us like, we are going to give you guns and you're going to fight for Ukraine. I said, hi. We're going to fight for Ukraine. We are not Ukrainian. We are black. So how can we fight? How can we fight for Ukraine? If we fight for Ukraine, we are going to die first because we are black. When they will say, oh, look at those black people. I think they are from they are from NATO. So we have to kill them first. So how could they think that way? Come on. Ukraine.
Ukrainians tried to get
Oh, wow. Russia just released footage of captured Ukrainian hardware. So this is captured Ukrainian hardware that Russians have released footage of. Why is no one showing that in the Western media? Because the West, according to Western media, there's an alliance between Black Lives Matter and what else do they fucking astroturf? I don't fucking remember. Yeah, this is just from Kherson. This is captured hardware from Kherson. Just from one base in Kherson. One part of Kherson. Even the Serbian government condemned Russia. Yeah, and obviously Serbs are pro-Russian. We know that. The Russian army is losing every battle and retreating to Kyiv. Crypt, how long are you going to keep this coping up? It's like Russia's just making... They're taking W's every day and getting closer and closer to fulfilling their objective. And you're still coping. It's like, I get it, you were coping in the beginning because of the fog of war and shit. It's like, but if you just look at the course of the war now... and you're still coping at this point? Like, look at the course of the war now, and you're still fucking coping and sitting here and like, you know... Oh, yeah, they're retreating to Kiev. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, Russia's just retreating to Kyiv now, you know? Russia's retreating to Kyiv. They're being absolutely surrounded. Look at all the fighting going on here. Oh my god, Russia's totally being beaten back. Russia's being beaten back, guys. They're totally losing. Now, I'm sure Live UA Map is reporting differently because they are a pro-Ukrainian propaganda website. See, I cover all sides, right? Yeah, Live UA Map is still coping. And they're like, yeah, the Russians... This is such an accurate map, guys. Totally accurate. Like, pay no attention to the man. This is like the most pathetic fucking map I've ever seen in my life. Totally real, guys. Oh my god. Like, just look at the contrast of maps. Like, look at the contrast, right? Really? Or maybe this is recent activity they're talking about, like recent fighting that happened. But it's just not true because it doesn't even make sense. I guess they're covering the yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what this means. Oh, it's recent. Yeah, they literally get their sources from Twitter. Okay, I'll be fair though. In Russian occupied Kherson, there does appear to be protests in occupied Kherson. Right? but it's a big city, and it's like, obviously, yeah, you can't expect everyone to be pro-Russian. But yeah, there's a big protest. Well, big is relative, obviously. But there's protesters who are protesting peacefully the Russian occupation of Kherson. Douglas, I have that video. I just want to see if this one's is long.
First 5
Okay, what's the one that I have? I have the one that's let's see. Fuck, which one do I have? Which one do I fucking have? Let's see. Oh, this one.
the
Yeah, okay, I have the same one. I have the same exact one. Okay, yeah, admittedly there are protests going on in Kherson. I did see Nazis blocking civilians from Mariupol. Did you see the new Batman? I did not. I want to see it so fucking badly. The guys in VC, oh great. Great. Which guy is it? Who is this? What up, bitch? Hello. 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 How are you? Yeah, how are you? Okay, talk normally. I want to see how you sound. You sound like a normal dude?
No.
Keep talking.
What do you want to talk about?
We just want to sound like,
I
see how you
called you
sound.
emotionally weak, so.
So, what did you say in my chat?
Called you emotionally weak.
I called you emotionally weak.
Oh yeah.
So, do you sound like a man?
You're just proving it right now, honestly.
Okay. So, you watch Destiny, right?
No.
Who do you watch?
Vosh sometimes.
Oh, so you're a Voss viewer.
A little bit.
Not a Destiny one?
No. But I thought your meltdown on stream the other day was absolutely fantastic, my man. Very entertaining content.
So, do you think, like, you're representative of all the people saying this now? Like, all the people who are like, I watched your meltdown, and it's absolutely representative.
No.
Yeah, like, you think you represent most of those people?
No, I don't.
Oh,
I
are
just
they like...
represent myself.
How much do you weigh?
But I think you are incredibly emotionally weak.
Okay. How much do you weigh?
250.
250?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's all muscle, right?
No, I'm pretty flabby. I'll admit that. Been depression eating lately.
So how did I know that? How did I know that?
You said I was 900 pounds. You didn't know shit.
How did I know that, though? How did I know that? Just answer. How did I know that?
The average American doesn't, work out. Who cares?
But I literally knew that. I literally knew how you looked. Just based on what you typed in my chat, I knew how you
know
looked.
how I look? Oh, okay. Describe me. Fully.
I think we've done the description already.
That's all there is to looks is weight?
As far... Well, with some things, some things stick out, Yeah. Some things are greatly like exaggerated, and some things are just stuffed to the max, and you could just say that there's like a great weight to certain features that downplay the relevance of other features, right? We attribute more weight to them because of how much they just
would you say you attribute more weight to your coping for your manhood?
Good one, dude. Really good comeback. So, anyway, I want to just ask you, like, how did I know what you looked like?
That doesn't matter to me.
But I did know it, right?
Did you?
I predicted a pretty like relevant feature.
And how do you think this affects my life? How do you think this weight that I bear affects my life?
I think I think it affects your arteries for one, but
That's
I
fair.
think it
That's fair.
affects your lifespan, to be honest. I mean, according to most medical experts, it probably affects your life to a great extent, you know?
Okay.
So you said something about me being emotionally weak.
Yeah, I think you've proven that over the last couple days. I mean, honestly, over the last couple years, you posture greatly as being a big man.
A what?
A big man.
Um, can you say that again?
You're posturing as if you're some god figure of a man.
It sounds like maybe your blood levels are through the roof or something like your blood sugar
That's
levels kind of through the roof right now because you're kind of trembling in your voice when you talk. Like, did you just have a hamburger or something? You need to take a breath, something?
I'm a bit tired. I'll admit
Okay.
that.
All right, did you just eat?
No,
You just had a meal, didn't you?
no,
Maybe like a second dinner,
no,
late night snack?
no.
No. That's fine. So, what I'm trying to get to the bottom of is would you consider yourself an authority on what constitutes a strong man?
No, but I think you'd be honestly the exact opposite of what should be considered a
Sure,
strong
but what I'm
man.
trying to get to the bottom of is like the value of your opinion, right? Because clearly, like for example, if I was looking to lose weight, I would not consult someone who is very clearly overweight and has very
I
clearly
never
out of
asked you to.
control habits as far as how much they consume, right? If I wanted to go on a diet and lose weight, um, you know, I wouldn't do it from someone who just happens to be overweight, right? So what I'm trying to get to the bottom
So I'm
of,
going to turn this back around again. Why would anybody on the internet take you as someone who should be a pinnacle of a man when you go on on streams and
Mhm.
you stand there and scream?
Can you repeat that?
I don't think I need to.
I don't want to take away any more. I think you're already tired as it is, so I would not want to, suck more energy.
Okay.
Um, but so
Have fun with your emotionally weak fans. Bye.
where'd you go? We weren't even getting started. We weren't even getting started. All right. So if you guys want an idea of all like these redditors that are like making comments about me and all the people talking shit about me, that's a good example. Like that's a perfect example of the type of person we're dealing. That's literally the guy who's saying, "Hans, you're not a real man." Like that's what they are. That's what they sound like. Some things are just self-evident, but I do think he's crying. I think we did make him cry maybe. I think we did make him cry. You know. Which is really like sad because like the scale of emotion we're seeing from him is just pretty high. We're just seeing a really big, you know, we're getting this huge sense of like emotional weight that's coming down from him as he sweats from his eyes, um, being exhausted. You know, he was just out of fuel, and we really need to talk about, the fact that Dunkin' Donuts stopped being 24/7. It's really affecting a lot of people's ability to just like hold a conversation, okay? But maybe someone needed to just go, yeah, maybe he needed to go get some Gatorade or something and he'll come back. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I would ask him for the meat and potatoes, but I think that's a guy who just likes to go straight to dessert. and I can't really stop him, right? I would say, hey, let's get to the meat and potatoes of this debate. But if anyone needs a salad, I think it's that guy, right? You know, I don't think he needs I don't think his cholesterol needs meat and potatoes. I think that's a guy who could use a salad, right? I think that's a guy who needs a salad if, you know. It's just look, it's yeah, I don't know if he would need some bread or bread and butter either, right? But look, there's just some people who need to know. There's just some people who need to know out there that Diet Coke really isn't that much better for you. It's really not, okay? Diet Coke really isn't that much better for you. And it's just an example of that. You know, it's not really gonna be that helpful, okay? Oh, he's back on VC? No, he's not. Fuck. Oh, I'm dragging him back up. Hey, why'd you leave?
You said you were hanging up on me.
No, I didn't. I wasn't gonna hang up on you.
Is there more you want to add to this conversation?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought we were just getting started.
Oh, I thought you were done.
No, I want you to talk more about my emotional weakness and stuff.
No, I'm done.
Okay, but like, would you debate
Is
about it?
there something else? Is there something else you want to talk about? I don't.
Yeah, I want to talk about you. Are you strong?
Define strength.
Are you emotionally strong?
I'd have to say stronger than you. I don't
Well,
have to yell
don't
at
you
people to
think
get
the
my point
ability to
across.
maintain healthy eating habits is a sign of strength, of will?
Maybe I just like food.
Yeah, but don't you think it's kind of weak that you are doing this to your own health? Is that your
Not
mom in the
necessarily.
background?
No, it's my wife.
Your wife?
Yeah,
You're married?
yeah.
Yeah. How old are you?
We'll say in my 20s.
You're in your 20s.
Yeah.
What do you think you sound like? Your voice? Like, how would you describe your voice? Like, if someone was gonna mock your voice, how would it sound?
Is this relevant?
No, if someone hears your voice, do they hear a man or what? Like, for example, I'll just give you the example. If you called a stranger and told them,
First
because
off,
here's why. If you called a stranger and said, "Hi, this is Barbara," I don't think they'd be able to tell. I think if you called someone and said, "Hi, this is Barbara with your local pedicure. We're just
That's
calling
just
to
more to
ask
my
about collecting
advantage.
some debt." Go ahead. Can you please say, "Hi, this is Barbara"?
Hello, this is Barbara.
No, say it more like how you would naturally. Go ahead.
Oh my god. Man.
I'm just saying you don't really have a voice.
I'm honestly goddamn surprised you kept going with this conversation.
No, but like I want to see, like I want to get to know more the people that are like speaking, giving me such constructive criticism after the Destiny debate. Like you guys are clearly ones talking about how weak I am and how insecure I am, how much I'm not a man. So
I think it comes off pretty fucking obvious from the way you conduct yourself in those conversations.
how
You
is
want to
that?
fight Dylan Burns? Just go fight Dylan Burns in the ring. Like honestly,
Have you gotten in,
it's
in
not
many
that hard.
Have you gotten in many fights yourself?
No, I'm a pacifist.
Oh,
But you
so
challenged him.
wait, did I challenge him?
You did.
Oh, how do you know?
Because I watched the video.
So I challenged Dylan Burns?
Yes.
Okay,
You
where did
just
I
like
challenge
gaslighting people.
when did I challenge Dylan Burns to a boxing
Oh,
match?
when was it? I believe it was at that debate con.
Hmm. So at the
Recently,
debate con,
yeah.
I challenged Dylan Burns to a boxing match, right?
I think he does MMA, correct? But you did challenge him to a fight.
Oh, you think Dylan Burns does MMA? So I challenged him
I
to a
actually
boxing
do.
match at that place, right?
I mean, I'm sure he'd do boxing too, but
You think like your ability to interpret facts is representative of the Vosh and Destiny communities?
no, not
So are you
necessarily.
better or worse at their ability to like generate narratives?
How do you suggest I quantify that?
Well, I'm just saying, like, do you think you're good at like generating narratives and like accurately reflecting reality based on them?
Repeat that.
You just said that I challenged Dylan Burns to a boxing match.
Yeah, I think the whole of the internet knows at this point.
Yeah, so
I didn't
like,
say a
so you're
boxing
saying,
match. I said a
yeah. So
fight.
you're saying like all the people who talk about this, like they're telling the truth. It's like based on facts, right? It's not made up.
Uh-huh.
Sorry?
I said yes.
What? Okay. So what if you're wrong? What then?
Do you have proof to the contrary? Because I'm pretty sure we have video evidence.
I actually do have proof to the contrary.
One second.
What about your match that you're having?
Did I say I was having a match?
You're having a match too, right?
When did I say that?
Didn't you talk about how you were gonna have a match with heart disease?
No.
Oh, it just kind of I just inferred that you were. But well, I think you're already kind of having that match, and I don't. To be honest, it doesn't really sound like you're winning.
So,
But
so is this
but listen,
conversation
listen,
over,
listen.
or are you just gonna
Well, okay, listen. You said that I challenged Dylan Burns to a boxing match, right?
give me one moment?
Did you?
Oh, no.
You didn't say that?
You told him that you wanted to test him outside. That infers a fight, and he said you can fight him in a ring.
No,
You can fight him. No, I literally just watched the segment. This is from your channel.
okay. So but I just think you got the order of events wrong.
It doesn't matter. You challenged him to a fight. I don't care. If you're gonna fight him, go fight him.
I
You can
gave him
fight
that
him.
opportunity.
He has
At then
renewed
and
that
there, and
opportunity.
he
Go
accused
do it.
he accused me of threatening him and that, you know, he was gonna basically tattletale, so all bets were off.
Tattletale. Are we 5? Tattletale?
So, in case you actually want to know what really happened, Dylan is the one who challenged me a week or two earlier. I said,
Then go fight him. He said he'd fight you in a ring.
yeah, I accepted the challenge for boxing, assuming we were at the
Then why
same
are we
level.
having this conversation?
Because boxing is actually a sport. It's not actually just a fight. It's a sport. And it's a sport that you have to know the rules about. You have to adapt all of your...
I'm pretty sure he can learn if he can do MMA.
Yeah, you're right. You can learn. And I was willing to commit a month to learn, right? Just like he could, right? So we'd begin at equal levels for 1 month, and whoever's the better man would win, right? The issue is that Dylan had professional boxing experience. And when I found that out, I wanted to change the plans. So I told him, we're going to have a change of plans, and I'll get back to you when I figure things out. And in the middle of the debate, he decided to bring it up. And it just seemed like he was
I'm gonna
really...
call Cope. It seems like you backed out, my man.
Well, I gave him the opportunity to fight me there, outside, and he actually said I was threatening him.
That would constitute assault at that point. That's why you fight in a ring and not outside.
Why would I fight in a ring and not outside?
Because that's an actual professional sport at that point, rather than just fighting on the street.
Why does it have
a difference?
Okay, why should I play a sport with Dylan?
Because you challenged him to the fight.
But
I don't know how this doesn't
hold
get to
on, did
you.
you just
Like,
have like I read it like a study that said like a high carb diet could lead to short-term memory. Did are you sure that I challenged him to a fight?
yes, I'm fucking sure.
I actually didn't challenge Dylan to a fight. He brought up fighting, and I said,
I
okay, if you
didn't
want to talk
challenge
about
Dylan to
fighting,
a fight. Meanwhile, I have video evidence. I'm
no,
sorry, my man.
Dylan challenged me to a fight, and I called his bluff, and he was unwilling to go through with it. It's that simple.
You, challenging someone to a fight in a ring is different than challenging someone to a fight on the street.
What's the
One you can
difference?
do without repercussion, and you can make money off of it if you stream it. The
Actually,
other you can get fucking thrown in jail
Texas is a
for.
mutual combat state, so there are no legal repercussions for doing it outside.
Where was that held in? I don't know. But regardless, he has the right to say no to that and request an actual match.
Okay, so do I have the right to say, Dylan, I want you to tie yourself to a chair, and I put on boxing gloves and just beat the shit out of you? Do I have that right?
I don't really see how this is relevant. Actually,
Why
no.
should I agree to the conditions he imposes on a fight when he's the one challenging me? If you want to fight me, you can't impose terms and conditions.
You have to, if you're gonna do a fight, you have to have it in the ring, my man. You can't just do it willy nilly.
Did you? Well, okay. I wasn't, as a man, I was not raised based on that honor code. Did you go to Fat Guy University and I could go like
Oh yes,
I can take the
prestigious
class where
Fat
you
Guy
learn that from?
University.
Because like growing up as like a man who was, you know, taught a very specific honor code, I'm pretty sure if you challenge someone to a fight, you should just fight and not make all these
Wait.
excuses and terms
So
and
does your honor
conditions.
code like include issue? Like if you fuck up, does your honor code include killing yourself? Like if you fuck up bad enough, is that the only honor code I know of in particular is the Japanese
No,
shinobi honor code where you
it doesn't, but it doesn't, but you know, ordering a dozen donuts from Dunkin' Donuts every day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner would be a pretty quick way to accomplish that. So, but that's I'm
I'll
not
get
really
working
versed
on
in how
that.
to do that.
I really wish to leave this world in Greece.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about right now, but
My guy, I got places to be.
no,
This
wait,
is
don't
supposed to
pussy
be a
out, don't
short
bitch out, don't
conversation.
hold on,
No,
hold
no,
on.
no. This
Wait,
is
you're
over. No, I
weak.
actually have
You're
places to
emotionally
be.
weak. You can't handle this.
I'm emotionally weak.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
have
you
listen.
spent 4 hours
Listen.
shouting at
Have your
Destiny.
wife order some Krispy
What?
Kreme, some 7-Eleven to keep you going. You know, maybe get some McDonald's, maybe get a, you know, Diet Coke, large Diet
No,
Coke.
I think there's very little to have from this conversation anymore.
Well, okay,
This has been entertaining, my dude. You have a good day.
hold on, fuck. He was like such a perfect representation of my enemies. Like he's literally the most perfect representation of like these DGG people that talk shit about me on the internet. It's literally the most perfect representation of what they are. Fuck, he left. Fuck, what a fucking pussy. God damn it. I'm really glad that guy came on so you guys could see the type of people that talk shit about me. Okay, let's continue. So there are protests going on in Kherson right now. Again, the Ukrainian public is divided over Russia. Another nerd wants to challenge me. Beautiful. There's another one? Okay. Is this Brownie? No, it's not Brownie. Who is it? Okay. What up, bitch?
You actually got the message through, but instead you're spurging out. You ruined the fucking debate against Destiny with Jackson. Like Dylan and Destiny don't know shit about the topic, but you just couldn't keep yourself together. You
where are you from?
You were an emotional wreck, and you fucking ruined our chance to, bring the truth to the table.
Where are you from?
I'm from Finland, but I'm Nigerian.
Oh, you're from Finland?
Yeah.
You're from Destiny's community?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I just got banned from his Discord for being pro-Russia, but I watch a lot of Destiny.
So I fucked it up by being too emotional, right?
Yes, and you've done this before as well. You did it with Irrelevant, you did it with Chud Logic. You always just get too emotional. You start yelling, you start doing this fake masculine bullshit. And
why do you think it's fake? That's what
wait, no, okay, so I guess, like, for you, from your perspective, it's real. But from everyone else who's watching, we see that it's hollow. You're not really being like a real man. A real man is stable. A real man keeps his emotions in check. He's effective. He takes care of business. But you are like a boy lashing out at everything.
Do you think Destiny's an example of that?
I think Destiny's a cock. I think Destiny's...
What's an example of a... Okay, what's an example of a real man debating on this topic?
So... on this topic, I actually don't know on this topic. Well, on this topic, I wouldn't talk about any one of the Twitch people, who's like a real man. Have you seen that American Kellner?
Do you consider yourself a real man?
I've got my shit together. I'm a real man.
You're a real man?
Yep.
Okay. So, Did Destiny display a willingness to debate?
On which occasion? You mean the last time?
Yeah, when you said that I was too emotional.
So Destiny was debating. However, I think to me it was clear that Destiny doesn't know that much about the topic.
Yeah, we know that. Was he actually willing to debate about anything?
Yes, he was. So he was willing to debate, but the problem is that you gave him a free victory because you got so emotional. You lashed out. You ruined it.
So you know about how before Modern Day Debate went live and I joined the call, Destiny asked the moderator to make sure that...
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, you saw it.
I saw it.
So,
yeah.
Do you think Destiny was actually there to debate about anything, or was he just there to insult me, mock me, and talk over me and Jackson?
Yes, he absolutely was there to... Oh my god, dude, come on. He was absolutely there to debate.
Why is it that every time me and Jackson tried to make a point that was more than 30 seconds, he would just cut us off, and then the moderator would let him talk and mute us?
So the people who were cutting off was Dylan and you, pretty much. I don't think Destiny did that. Dylan did it a few times.
Destiny didn't cut anyone off?
I don't remember it really happening. It may have happened
once or twice.
When
Destiny asked why Russia's military intervention was justified, how would you respond to that?
Why it was justified? Because they're fucking... Okay, so because of the oppression of the...
Hold on, you're rambling right now. You're rambling right now. Shut up right now. Okay. You're rambling.
I don't think that happened.
No, debate with me. I'm asking you. Okay, Brownie, why do you think Russia's military intervention was justified? Go ahead.
Are you going to cut me off?
Go ahead.
Okay, because of from 2014...
No, you're rambling on me. He does this all the time. He's just rambling right now. He's just rambling. He does this all the time.
Okay.
So
I think
go ahead. How do you debate that?
Brownie. I think Jackson did a really, really good job.
Brownie, you're Brownie, by the way, short guy Brownie. Go ahead.
I'm 6'2". I'm taller than you. I don't care about height.
Facts don't matter. Short guy Brownie.
But I'm taller than you. If that's what
you're coping. Okay, listen, Brownie.
That's another
Brownie, you see how now everyone's gonna say you're insecure and you're coping and
no, hold on.
You're insecure. They don't care, Brownie. They don't care if you're 6'2". They don't care about the facts.
I don't care either. I don't really care.
You don't
It's
care,
just,
so you can't debate like this. You can't debate someone who's not
cool.
willing to
So
debate.
Haas, let me just tell you something.
Brownie,
I think
why don't you just admit this? Under pressure and faced with someone who's not willing to debate, you would come out looking like a little bitch and a pussy, and I actually held my fucking own. I literally just gave you an example of ad
I disagree
verbatim how
completely.
Destiny
No.
acted and reacted when I was asked that question. He literally when I tried to talk about how it's not just Russia's security concerns about NATO, it's also the context of the Donbass. Destiny literally cut me off mid-sentence and said that I was rambling and proceeded to
know.
make insulting comments toward me. Now, is that
Okay,
someone
so-
who's expressing a willingness to a debate, or is that someone who's not even taking the topic seriously and is simply here to engage in mockery and jack off with his chat and interrupt and not allow the other side to even get a fucking word in?
Okay, so Haas, there's certainly a lot of dishonesty that comes from Destiny because he sees you as a lol cow. He knows that you will get mad. He knows you can't handle your emotions.
So,
That is why
so
he
what you're
makes you
saying, Brownie,
mad.
is that when he cuts me off, and by the way, when modern day debate deliberately has the settings so that his volume is louder than mine, so I can literally, he can just talk
That
over
did
me
not
with
happen.
impunity.
No. I
Yeah.
listened to it. That didn't happen. No.
Yes, it did. I had to turn my volume up all the
Fucking
way.
idiot, like a like an idiot because you kept yelling, you kept getting muted because you're spurging out like a monkey, and you were not able to fucking debate against these two clowns who are representing the mainstream narrative, which is wrong, and you ruined that fucking debate for Jackson and for yourself.
So, okay,
You could
so
be
Brownie,
so much better. You could be so much better, but you just act like a caveman.
You're getting emotional right now. You're getting emotional.
Yes, I am. I
You
am.
are. You are. It's
And
'cause you're a
I'll
little
own
bitch.
up to it.
By the
I'll
way,
own up
Brownie,
to it, and
it's
I'll
'cause
come
it's-
back.
it's-
I'll come back to a calm level. I'm not just gonna spurg off of
You're
the entire
spurging out
moment.
like a
Okay?
monkey right now.
Yes, I'll do it for a moment, and then I will return to being a calm, collected man, and we can have a
Your
conversation.
voice is shaking, so I hope you can maintain it.
Well, I mean,
Anyway-
it's okay, cool.
Anyway, Brownie, I'm going to make this very clear to you. When the other side repeatedly interrupts you, insults you, and mocks you, completely destroying the spirit of any type of civil debate and serious debate, making it very clear that they're not willing to take the conversation seriously and they're going to dismiss you from the very beginning, they're not actually there to debate anything. They're there to fucking have a dick measuring contest. Now, just because I go nuclear and I'm better at doing that than Destiny's little bitch ass, doesn't mean I'm the one fucking responsible for not getting to the meat and potatoes of the discussion. And if you actually remember when I first joined the call, Destiny literally began that entire interaction by not only insulting me, but telling the moderator that, oh, can you make sure there's a guy here who just rambles a lot, so make sure you mute him and cut him off if he's saying something that I don't agree with, right? So right off the bat, I told him, Destiny, we're not here to play games. We're going to get to the meat and potatoes of this topic. He did not show a willingness to actually debate about the topic at hand, and I'll tell you actually why. So my debate partner is Jackson Hinkle, and Destiny has been running from Jackson Hinkle for like months now. And Destiny knows that against an opponent like Jackson, it is indisputable that he would lose even to his own audience. So Destiny was doing the best he could to avoid any type of debate whatsoever. And what you just saw was...
Yeah, so like I think you said a lot of things that were accurate there. First of all, I do believe that Jackson Hinkle is really, really good at debating. He comes off really well, unlike you. You could learn a thing or two from him.
How did Destiny come off well?
I mean, Jackson came off really well. So like I do believe that he is kind of dodging him. I didn't believe it at first because, as I said, I'm like a Destiny viewer. But like at this point, I know he's been dodging some debates. But number two, I think that yes, he started the entire debate off before it officially began by kind of trying to get a rise out of you by saying that.
So do you want to know what would have happened if I didn't respond to his insults?
I know what would have happened. You would have had a better debate.
No.
You could have actually
What
debunked.
actually would have happened? What actually would have happened is that you, along with everyone else, would have said, it's Destiny talks shit right to you, and you did nothing about it. You just sat there and took it.
No, that's wrong.
That is exactly
okay, so
what you would
that's
have
at the
said.
core of this
And do you
problem.
want to
That's
know how
you
I know
think.
that? Hold on. Do you want to know how I know that? Because it's
Why?
actually happened before. I have debated Destiny many times, and I've ignored his snide remarks. And everyone claims that, Haas, you're a little bitch for ignoring that. Why don't you go against it? See, no matter what I do, you're going to form some kind of narrative. And Brownie, it doesn't surprise me you come from Destiny's community because you're not actually forming any independent opinion of those events that happened. You're just trailing along what your little bitch-ass community of pedos are saying because that's ultimately where you come from. And just because they're all repeating the same cope narrative, you find some kind of authority in it, and there's something there you just have to take seriously.
You're wrong. I'm banned from Destiny's Discord. I'm banned from DGG. I'm banned from Destiny's Twitch chat. I'm banned from that community. I've watched the guy for years.
Brownie, why is passive aggression better than open aggression? Do you maybe think there's a cultural difference there? Because I think Destiny's used to being a little nerdy bitch where he gets away with these passive-aggressive remarks and instead of open, direct aggression. And somehow when you're openly and directly aggressive, that's being an ape and that's being a monkey. When you're passive-aggressive, that somehow means you're sophisticated and smart. Where I come from, when you're passive-aggressive, that just means you're too much of a pussy to actually just be confrontational and just be upfront. And
so let me give you an example.
We have very
of
different perspectives.
Wait. So let me give you an example of open aggression. Open aggression is Vladimir Putin saying very clearly, if anyone else joins this war, there will be consequences, i.e.
No, open
there will be
aggression
nukes.
is calling someone
wait. That is a strong statement. That's really good. And that's actually effective. However, when you
chill,
screech
hold on.
like a fucking monkey,
chill. You want to talk shit? Get in my fucking VC, you pussy, chill. Get in my fucking VC. We'll see who sounds girly too. I can't wait to see what you sound like, chill. Anyway, Brownie, that's not the same thing because Putin issued a fucking statement about a military operation. He wasn't engaging in a fucking personal...
statement.
He wasn't engaging in a personal type of confrontation with someone else where they're insulting each other and it's a game of insults. He's not personally insulting people by announcing a military operation. All he's doing is fucking announcing a very impersonal military operation. Okay, so
let me tell you what my view of that last debate with Destiny was. Number one, he got you riled up at the start, and you fell for it. Sink, line, and hooker, whatever the saying is in English.
So that, you know what the equivalent of that is saying?
You fell for his game. You fell for it. You were going to win that.
That's
debate.
Brownie. That's literally the equivalent.
You were going to win that debate. And Jackson Hinkle and you both, like, you're just better.
Brownie, I don't know which part of Finland you're from or what you guys are doing in Finland, but let me tell you about my culture. So from my culture, if someone comes up to your mother and calls your mother a bitch and you don't break their face, you are actually considered a little pussy and a bitch. Now, whether someone's intention is to get their face broken or not is actually immaterial. If someone is like, oh, you fell for it and you took the bait, that doesn't fucking matter, actually, right? If someone insults your mother, and by the way, the break the face thing, that's in a video game. But if someone insults your mother and you don't do something about it, it doesn't actually matter whether whether that's just because something's predictable doesn't mean it's wrong or it's somehow makes you weak. There's actually a reason why you do things that make it predictable in the first place.
Yeah, so you're basically openly a caveman. You just act really aggressively. You can't handle it. I don't think
someone
that's what
talks
being
shit,
a real man is.
Okay, if someone disrespects me, I am going to be openly aggressive, openly insult them, openly disrespect them, and we're going to play these dirty guerrilla games. But I've also made it very clear, Brownie, of that in the past. So if Destiny, let me ask you this question, that if Destiny knew that, why didn't he just refrain from these personal insults and just have an impersonal, serious debate about the topic?
Because he wants you to lose. He like you said, he doesn't really want to debate.
How do I lose? How do I lose?
Because you look like an idiot.
Okay.
You look like a fucking
How do
monkey.
I lose when he is openly displaying a willingness to not debate about this topic?
Because he was passive aggressive. He made a snide little remark that's gonna fly. Like nobody's gonna really focus on. Nobody's gonna focus on that because he was screaming the entire fucking 2 hours.
And he knows how people like me respond to that.
You lost the whole thing. You had it all. Okay, you were at the precipice of victory and you still lost
So,
because you couldn't stop yourself from
Brownie, are
acting
you
like an
considered
idiot.
like the village fucking idiot in Finland or something?
Cool.
Are you? I'm just asking. Because you just contradicted yourself. If by your own definition, Destiny is openly displaying that he is not willing to actually have a civil debate about
No,
this.
there's a difference. So the difference here is that I can see that, but most people, if we look at how this is going to affect the conversation, most people will not focus on that. I focus on that because I'm looking at things very closely and I know both of you from like many debates, etc. But most people will not see that.
I think it comes
most
down.
people will see you screeching
Well,
and
I'll
you
break
trying
it.
to
I
be a
will break
male.
it down for you. So most people with gynecomastia and who are soy nerds and potentially pedos are not going to make a big deal out of these snide remarks because that's how they talk to their friends and their peers and even their family, and they're used to being passive aggressive. But people who I care about and I want in my army, who are actual men, will actually side with me optically when it comes to confrontations like that.
Okay, let me ask you something about like your side, by the way, because you and Jackson Hinkle debate in very different ways. So, what do you really think he feels about how you did on that debate? Because he's very on the point. He's silent, but he's like decisive when he strikes with his points.
Jackson was constantly getting muted and interrupted by Destiny, whose mic was deliberately raised higher than Jackson's during that
I don't
debate.
think it was.
It will go back to the debate and you'll see it was. It absolutely was.
Okay.
And Destiny was constantly interrupting Jackson. The moderator was overwhelmingly biased in terms of how much time they would allocate to Dylan and Destiny. Jackson didn't even have a chance to confront Destiny because Destiny. Okay, let me give you an example of this, Brownie. I'll give you an example of this. So Jackson very well, within like the very beginning of the debate, broke down Dylan's claim of the impeachment of Yanukovych being constitutional. And he like proved it, right? And then all Dylan had to say was that he's going to consult the legal scholars of Ukraine, who actually are just post hoc legitimizing a coup, right? As if they're like an unbiased, neutral source of scientists, okay? Now, in response to that, what happened is that Dylan decided to bring up bioweapons. Destiny started to talk about bioweapons. And the minute I tried to rein in on this completely off-topic thing that had nothing to do with anything we were talking about, Destiny decided to begin with his insults and interruptions. There are several times throughout that debate, whenever I tried to actually make a point or get anything in, what Destiny would do is talk over, interrupt, and insult. And according to you, I should have just sat there and ignored those insults.
And you fell for it every single time. Yes, you fell for it every single time. Every time he tries to get a rise out of you, and you fall for it, and then you lose the debate. I hope that if Jackson
Brownie, I don't know where you're from, but when someone disrespects you and you don't return that, first of all, you're just not a man. And second of all, even if I just sat there and took all of these name calling, they would have said I got owned anyway because, you just sat there and took it and you didn't even retaliate or respond to it. So there's literally nothing I could have done. There's nothing I could have done to look good in front of Destiny's pedophile audience.
I disagree. So first of all, number one, no matter what happens, there's always going to be some people on every single side saying whatever the fuck they want to do because you have big audiences.
No, but the majority of people would have said that you were utterly wrecked and dominated by Destiny. He was so much more alpha. He interrupted you a lot. He called you names and you took it like a bitch and you didn't do anything and you just sat there like a bitch and were still polite.
There's two reasons why that happens. Number one, they already know that this is a pattern with you. They can get a rise out of you. You're basically a lolcow.
Just ignored what I said.
Trying to make you upset because you react so hard. Number two, it's because he has a bigger audience than you. So there's going to be more Destiny fans in the audience. So a lot of the comments are going to be pro Destiny. That's just how it's going to happen.
Brownie, no matter what would have happened in that debate, it would have been the same outcome as far as what his audience said.
Okay, so let me like
Okay, yeah,
do
Brownie,
you, do you
Brownie,
remember do
Brownie,
you remember
Brownie.
you
You're
had a
saying this is
discussion
a
with
pattern. Is there any other debate I've ever had with Destiny where I lost my temper?
with Destiny? I don't
Yeah.
remember, but I do remember two different ones. So number one, with Chad Logic, you had some kind of a discussion. I saw it on his YouTube channel about. I think he was accusing you of like being.
We're not. Then the other one is
So,
our
so
relevant.
he was making
Where instead of
accusations
actually
about.
watching the irrelevant one, where I very calmly destroyed him for 8 hours, you decided to watch the last 10 minutes, where I got sick and tired of his disgusting soy ugly voice, and I just lost my
Wait,
patience. So
wait. Sorry,
that's
did
the
I
one
say
you're talking
irrelevant?
about.
Wait. Did I say irrelevant? I meant Chad Logic because like okay, wait, please.
There
You're gonna
was
like
no
this because
Chud
I think
Logic
okay.
debate at all. That was just a fucking roast off. There was no
Okay,
debate.
okay. So there was some video that I saw on Chad Logic's YouTube channel where he's proudly displaying that Haas goes crazy or whatever. But what I saw is you were actually completely correct in that video, but you did go into this monkey mode and you made yourself look like a fucking idiot again. What I'm saying is that for fucking however long you've been streaming, you've had really good arguments deep down, but nobody can see them
Brownie,
because you
Brownie,
act like an
Brownie,
idiot.
Brownie,
It is
Brownie,
sad.
Brownie,
I
Brownie,
hope you
yet
change
again,
somehow.
Brownie. You're just not as smart as you think you are. I have
I
debated
don't.
Destiny a dozen times, and this is the only time where I've ever gotten lost my temper. And every single time I've debated Destiny, his audience alleged that I was a fucking idiot. So if even if I'm calmly explaining my points and calmly dismantling his points, it doesn't matter because his audience are too fucking stupid to keep up with any actual debate of any kind of substance.
You're missing the crucial point here because when you debate these big streamers who have opposing views to you, most of the audience is going to be on their side. However, your goal is supposed to get people who are kind of in the middle because you're always going to get
I've
some
never
a
won over
portion.
DGG to my side. I have never won over any of them to my side.
I don't believe that
There's
because
there's there's like
wait, no, I don't
maximum
believe that because
there's
that happened.
a
That has
maximum of
already
like
happened.
10%
Hold
of my
on.
Twitch audience were
So listen.
DGGers that got one over, like a maximum.
Okay, listen. Let me like about the Hassan and the Vosh thing in like Destiny's thing. A lot of Destiny's community actually went over to become socialists or whatever, like Vosh and Hassan are from his community. But it's not like most of Destiny's community ever liked, those positions. They were always vocal about being pro Destiny. But
You're
even though
repeating
that's true,
mythology.
they still got some of the audience. I'm willing to bet that you're getting a small portion of Destiny's audience, but you
Okay,
always
there's
focus on
two
the vocal
things.
people.
There's two things. Brownie, when I interrupt you, by the way, you're gonna have to trust that I'm trying to save time because I already have your point. So the first thing is that I don't want pedophiles in my community. I don't want his audience. The second thing is that what Destiny's did actually was give Hassan and Vosh a boost, but there came a point where they grew so big that you could no longer attribute ex-DGGers to be responsible for their growth. Okay, so the new people that they were getting were genuinely new people who were not within DGG. Moreover, even if it was true that Hassan and Vosh got a substantial portion of their viewership from Destiny's community, all that's telling me is that, like Destiny's physique, Destiny's community is shriveled, weak, small, and grotesque, and isolated, right? And I don't want to get the tail end of that community because it's a stagnant community that hasn't grown, that isn't growing, and that contributes like nothing to my growth, right? So you're wrong. And you have to acknowledge the fact, Brownie, that you are from Destiny's community, and that actually does reflect on your character. Only a specific type of person is a fan of Destiny. He doesn't speak for like neutral, everyday, normal people. It's a very specific type of creepy nerd that watches and is part of DGG.
Well, listen, I'm 6'2", I'm not overweight, I'm in pretty good shape, I don't play video games, I'm not a pedophile.
I don't know why you're mentioning that you're 6'2" when there are more than enough examples.
Okay, listen, the reason why I say that is I don't care about height myself because I have never needed to. Because I understand that short men have genuine problems in society, but I've never faced any problems because of my height. However, the reason why I mention it is that you have all these cringe fucking breakdowns about height when you don't need to. You're 5'8", like it's fine. It's like whatever. Who gives a fuck? But it's so important to you clearly because you break down on stream.
Wait, why is
so
it
many
important
times.
to me when everyone else attributes significance to it and talks about it?
If it's not important to you, why do you react so hard?
Because
to it?
I literally react to everything my enemies consider significant.
Don't you think that that's a problem? If you react to everything that your enemies throw at you, you just always
But
break down. Don't you think
but
that's
listen,
a problem?
if that's the only shit they have on me, how am I like for example, if I'm trying to debate about Russia and Ukraine and they want to talk about my height instead, it's very clear that the source of antagonism is coming from my height and not coming from anything that matters. So if I'm going to be able to like debate or hold my own in front of these people, obviously I have to talk about the height thing because that's all they seem to fucking care about.
No, you don't. The correct way to handle it would be to not give a fuck because you're just
Sure,
like you're just
but
average height. So who cares?
If people keep giving me shit for it, like how am I supposed to respond?
So the reason why you keep responding to it is because you're not a real man. You're not actually good with yourself. You're not okay with the way that your body is, the way that you are.
Okay.
And that's very clear.
Brownie,
That's what they attack on
Brownie,
you.
we
That's
don't
why they
even know
attack
what
you on
you
it.
look like.
You're a weak man.
Okay, Brownie, you're a fucking idiot. If I am confronting people and defending myself against attacks, I'm going to be responding to the content of those attacks regardless of what they are. It's not because I myself give a fuck about height, you dumb fuck. You're literally a stupid fuck. You're the village idiot of Finland. You're a fucking dumbass. You talk about who is and isn't a real man, but you sound like a weak StarCraft nerdy fuck. I don't care if you're 6'2". There's more than enough lanky 6'2" sweaty fucking StarCraft nerds who are awkward as shit, and when they walk around they look like fucking Willy Wonka and wacky flailing inflatable arm man fucking nerds. So I don't know why you even bring that up. You haven't proven your manhood by talking about the number attached to your height. Your manhood has yet to be proven, Brownie, in any kind of fucking way. You've never actually held your own under pressure whatsoever in any kind of demonstrable way. You've never actually expressed any bravery when pressed.
Neither have you. You've had multiple breakdowns when you're under pressure. We have
No, I don't
evidence
have
of
breakdowns. I have consistency and high energy. And I think you would actually quit like a little bitch if you got 1% of the pressure that I ever had.
So, okay, so if that's your take, then we can tell that you don't actually care about propagating the message, pro-Russia message, and you don't actually have the same goals that like somebody like Jackson Hinkle has when he goes into a debate. What you're interested in is proving your manhood. That's what you want.
Jackson,
that's the most important
hold on.
to you.
The reason people are so interested in challenging my manhood is because they get one look at me and it reminds them of why they're a disappointment in their father's eyes. Second of all, Jackson is from YouTube and he's actually used to debating people who have the minimum of professionalism and care about the topics at hand. The only people who behave this fucking immaturely are from Twitch. It's people like Destiny and the rest of them who, yeah, they're more interested in memeing and being children. And you know, Destiny has Peter Pan syndrome, among other very worrying traits. But you don't know what you're fucking talking about. When it comes to actually caring about propagating the message, the only way I can fucking do that is when I get over the fucking hurdles about my personal pathology and looks and whatever the fuck else people want to talk about.
You're not okay
Brownie,
with
I
yourself.
spent literally like a year. Brownie, I spent the majority of my time arguing seriously for my fucking message. But what did people decide to do instead? They decided to focus on my personality and my personal life as a coach.
You react hard. You react hard to it. You always get triggered. It's content.
But that's all they fucking respond to. You fucking idiot. You are a fucking idiot. You are literally a fucking idiot. The only thing they've ever responded to is personal in nature. They have nothing. They have never produced anything of substance when it comes to responding to the message.
Haas, I like you. I like the message that you have overall, but like the fact of the matter is that you are a beta male. We have to take off the band-aid. We have to actually
All right,
fix
Brownie,
you
I
because
want you to
not,
cam
you are
up.
not
I want
okay
you to
with
cam up.
yourself.
Go ahead, cam up.
You have a lot of insecurities.
Yeah,
you are
yeah.
an
Go
insecure
ahead and
male.
cam up. Cam up for us.
No,
Why not, you little bitch?
because
Cam
I'm not a
up.
public
You just
person.
called
I'm
me a
public
beta
figure.
male, you little
I have
fucking
an
pussy.
interest in
So
being
show
a
us what
public
you really
figure.
look like, Brownie. Show us
So-
what a fucking man you are. Go ahead and cam up. You're not man
Why
enough
would
to
I?
cam up, you fucking pussy. You called another man a beta
Listen,
on the
I'm
internet. At
comfortable.
least show
I'm
your
comfortable.
face.
I'm comfortable with being a private person. I don't have anything to prove
Because
to
you're
you.
a pussy. Because you're
I
a
like
pussy.
so I like your positions in a lot of ways.
Because
but
you're a
like I
pussy.
think it's
Because
very
you're a
disheartening.
fucking
It's very
pussy.
unfortunate that you
Okay,
are a
Brownie,
beta
Brownie,
male
Brownie.
and you can't
Okay,
fix
Brownie,
yourself.
Brownie.
You will
Since
not
you're not
accept
willing
help
to
or
cam up
criticism.
and you're a pussy, right?
Are you gonna run away?
When it actually comes to the substance of your allegations and name calling, argumentatively, you fall flat on your fucking face. Clearly, you just looked past everything I said. If I'm trying to impersonally propagate a message about theory or politics or about Russia, they don't care. They only care about the personal stuff because they have nothing to say when it comes to substance. All they can do is hyper focus on my personal
You're wrong.
Yeah,
You're
know, I'm
wrong.
not
You
wrong.
No, wait, you're wrong. You had a professional debate, but you let two clowns beat you down, slap you down because you got too triggered when they called you a fucking weak man.
I'm
That's
gonna
what
metaphorically in it like metaphorically put my arms around your neck right now and force you and pin you down on this one point. Okay, Brownie?
I don't think you can reach my neck.
Every time I've debated
I'm
Destiny,
sorry.
you're a fat fuck probably, right? That's the truth.
Okay.
Guilty until proven otherwise. Every time
Listen.
I've debated Destiny in any kind of civil way, the outcome has been the same. I am pinning you down now, and I am challenging you to actually address why that is. Go ahead.
I think I've told you that. Okay, wait. So there's a few different things that I'm kind of. Okay, so when you say outcome, do you mean that people haven't agreed with you, or that
No,
he's being
I am saying
insulting you
people
endlessly?
only take away from the debates personal attacks, and they focus on personal psychopathological
I
descriptions.
feel like we went over this though, because like it is because most of Destiny's audience will agree with him, and they don't even necessarily care about politics. They just want to see the entertainment, so they love it. When
So
he
you are
gets
a little
upset.
bitch
They love
who's
it. It's
unable
content
to
for them.
follow through with defending their conclusions. You just said that the reason why people focus on the personal stuff is because I'm insecure and I'm a beta male. But even when I
because you're
don't
reacting.
give that any attention and I just focus on the substance of what's under contention in the debates, they still can't help but pathologize and make personal remarks against me,
Oh, yeah.
even when I
So,
don't
yeah,
do that.
So yes, obviously yes, because on Twitch, most of the people will still agree. With,
It looks
you know,
like you're
the
backtracking, you
parasocial
little
baddie.
fucking pussy. You fucking
I'm not
pussy.
little
You're
compared to you,
backtracking now, you
my
little
guy.
bitch. You just took back what you said. First you said
No.
it's my fault because I was yelling and shit and I'm insecure and I'm a beta male. Now
No,
you're
so-
saying actually you're right, Taz. That doesn't even make a fucking difference. They react in the same
let's
way.
do this with hypothetical numbers. Let's say that when you're yelling, let's pretend that 50% of DGG will be making memes about you, etc., because you're a beta male in
It's
their
not
in their eyes.
50%.
Okay,
It's nearly 100%.
let's pretend. This isn't accurate. This is just pretend. So 50% in that scenario. But when you are being civil, you're debating the problems, etc., you will still see like 25% of DGG making memes, etc. It will be a lower percentage, but they will still exist and they will still trigger you. And you
Brownie,
will still
I
get upset
interrupted
because
you
you're a
because
weak
your
male.
point was already registered and you just wasted everyone's time by trying to finish that point. The problem with your stupid fucking hypothetical is that it's not true. The same proportion of people who walk away with making personal attacks is there. It's not less people. And if it is less people, it's not noticeably less. Okay, his Reddit is still saying the same things they always fucking say about me because they focus on the details of my personality, which is pretty fucking rich because if you just look at Destiny from a pure psychopathological and physical perspective without paying attention to anything he says when it comes to politics, he is probably the most soy beta male ugly cuck fuck in the world, right?
I mean, he's an average guy.
No, he's not an average guy.
Physically,
He's
no,
not
physically,
an average guy.
listen,
He is
physically.
extraordinarily a weak, pathetic nerd.
Okay, true.
He's
Okay,
not
you know
a
what?
fucking
You know what?
average
He has a
guy.
small torso. He has a small torso. I agree.
No, it's not just that he has a small torso. He's a fucking nerd. He's the guy who gets bullied and shoved in a locker in high
Who cares that
school.
he's a nerd? A lot of people are nerds. A lot of rich people, like programmers, are nerds. Who cares? Nobody. So that's why you have such a fucked up beta male mindset, because like you think that these like fucking caveman type things are like important. Who cares about that? That's why people make fun of you.
No, okay, listen, I don't know how you guys do it in Finland, but where I'm from, actually being a man does fucking matter. And by the way,
Yeah,
I
in
never
caves.
judge people just because of their appearance or just because of how they sound. I judge them based on how
You don't,
dishonorably...
you don't get on this stream, you fucking idiot.
Brownie, because you've conducted yourself in a dishonorable
No,
and
I'm the
dishonest way.
previous guy.
You've conducted yourself in a dishonorable and dishonest way.
I'm not dishonest in any way,
Yes, you
shape, or form.
fucking are. You
No.
have literally backtracked your original argument. You've made
No.
nonsensical points that were immediately
So,
able to be
Haas,
debunked.
Haas, I am man enough to admit that I'm not the best speaker. I'm not a public person. I'm not a streamer.
So now
or
you're
anything like that.
coping and
I'm
saying
not
it's
even-
because you're
I
not
don't
a
even
good
speak English as
speaker.
my first language.
So now
I'm
you're
sure that I
coping.
have made
Now you're
mistakes
coping.
when I've
Now you're
been
sitting
speaking.
here and
However,
coping and
I
saying
think
it's
my
because you're not a
points-
good speaker.
I think my points are always like kind of staying coherent.
Your
or like
points
I'm not
have
like
been
I'm not
systematically
flip-flopping. I'm not
dismantled.
flip-flopping at
I
all
have
in any way.
systematically dismantled every single point.
No, you
you
haven't.
made.
You're a beta male.
Yes,
and you're
I have,
weak,
you
and you will
fucking
never
pussy.
get better because you refuse to accept reality.
Are you an alpha male, Brownie?
No, I'm just a regular male.
You're
I'm
a regular
man who
male,
gets shit
right?
done.
You're not a beta?
No, I'm a regular man who gets shit
Prove it.
done, who works hard.
Prove you're not a
and
beta
doesn't
male.
get-
Because everyone thinks you're a beta male, so prove you're not one.
I don't think so. I don't think that's true, and I wouldn't care if they did because
Okay,
I'm the
one's
fucking
if he's a beta male. Look in my chat.
Hold on, I'm gonna. Actually, no, I don't want to load up the stream. I don't really care, dude. Because this is kind of what you do. Like you look into DGG chat and you get triggered because the guys who are parasocially linked to the guy who you're talking to are upset at you or like make fun of you. I don't care. What the fuck does that matter? That's to be expected.
What's to be expected?
That they're gonna side with their parasocial father against you. I'm not gonna get upset about it. I'm not gonna cry about it.
So why do you come here and make these claims when you can't prove it in any fucking way?
So the reason why I came here is because I agree with you on a lot of
Brownie,
things.
you know why you're
Listen,
a pussy?
no, I want to say this. This is important. I agree with you on a lot of the things you say about Russia and about politics currently. However, you fucking fail at so many levels at delivering the message because you act like a caveman and it's disappointing. I am disappointed.
Brownie, you want to know
I
why
wish
you're
you were
ultimately...
better.
Brownie, you want to ultimately know why you're a fucking pussy and a little bitch? You want to know why, Brownie? Because you don't have any skin in the game. You're right, you're not a fucking streamer. You've never cammed up and actually had to fucking put your personal life out there in some capacity. You've never actually had to be on the internet in any personal capacity to the point where everyone's going to pry into your life and try to psychoanalyze you and try to look into what kind of real person you are behind the fucking appearance and behind what you're saying when it comes to meat and fucking potatoes. So as an anonymous pussy sitting in some fucking shack in Finland, it's really easy for you to sit there and judge me for the way I react to personal insults and personal attacks as someone who's actually never been on the receiving end of them in a way that's proportionate to how much you've put out there in terms of your fucking personal life. You have no fucking skin in the game because you're an anonymous pussy on the internet who has never actually risked their personality or risked their ego in any kind of fucking way when it comes to putting it out there in public view. Sure, it's easier for you to just sit there and judge me and make judgments about what kind of fucking person I am, sitting on your fucking chair like a fat ass, but until you actually put your fucking skin in the game and actually cam up or give us anything whatsoever, any kind of pound of flesh that's going to allow us to judge you in a way that's going to be outside of your control, then you are a fucking pussy and a beta male, and absolutely nothing you say about me in terms of judging what kind of fucking person I am will ever matter.
So if I was like you and I was a weak male, so-called male, I would get really upset at this point. I would go,
No, you wouldn't, because you have nothing on the line.
No,
You have
no.
nothing on the line except your stupid sounding voice. You've risked nothing, Brownie. We don't even know what your name is except Brownie. We don't know what you look like. We don't know any details about your personal life. We don't know what kind of person you really are, because in order to know what kind of person someone is, you have to see how they're going to react to the everyday contingencies of life. You have to see how they eat. You have to see how they react to certain comments, how they react to certain interactions, how they react to certain things on stream, how they talk about their personal life, what they share with their audience. You know, the kinds of things that you get from people who have actually put their life out there in front of the public view for like hours, of hundreds and hundreds of hours. You will never have that, Brownie. So you saying that you're not upset at me exposing you for the little beta bitch you are doesn't prove that you're a tough guy or an alpha male. All it fucking proves is you're a little fucking pussy sitting in your fucking cave as an anonymous little bitch, and no one can hear you, so don't try to fucking interrupt me. You're sitting in your fucking cave as an anonymous little bitch, having risked nothing, and when you leave this call, Brownie, you will have lost nothing. No one will attach my comments to your face. No one can see what your fucking face is. You're gonna exit out. Nothing will change in your life whatsoever. Nothing. It's not going to make any fucking difference because you didn't risk anything to begin with.
True. Anyway, so Haas, what you're suggesting here is that by being a streamer, you are giving a view into your life, how you are in real life. However, we saw this to be false when you met up with Destiny and you acted like what you would call a beta bitch
No, I
in
fucking
real life.
didn't, you
with
fucking
Destiny.
idiot.
Yes,
Brownie.
you did.
Brownie,
Yes, you did.
Brownie,
You
I have
told
literal
him
evidence.
cynical
Brownie,
things.
Brownie. I have literal evidence that at that time, it was fully in the public view that
I have video evidence of everything.
Brownie, do I need to start muting you, you little bitch? When I talk, you shut your bitch beta mouth. When I talk, you shut your bitch beta mouth. You understand that, Brownie? You shut your bitch beta mouth when I talk. You shut your bitch beta mouth when I talk. There is public evidence that before I met up with Destiny, I literally said, I have nothing against Destiny personally. I just disagree with his fucking political views. That was on public record at that fucking time. Right? So when I met up with Destiny and I treated him like... You're getting muted, you fucking pussy. You little fucking bitch. Why do you try to talk over me? You try to talk over me because you just want the audience to hear nothing. You just want to hear a muffling, incoherent, incomprehensible sounds so you can actually try and get away with not getting fucked like how I'm gonna fuck you up right now, right? That's what you want. You'd prefer our audience to hear nothing because when you talk over me, it's not like I'm gonna shut up. So I am gonna get this out, Brownie. Me treating Destiny like a human being and laughing it off in person and being a normal human being, you took that for weakness. And that's how you've just exposed yourself as a fucking pussy. Because when you treat someone being civil, human, and even kind of nice for weakness, what that makes you is a little bitch. It makes you a little snake and a little bitch. But don't worry, Brownie, because going forward, and Destiny said he's actually going to meet up in Austin this week, you're going to see how I treat Destiny and his fans in person going forward. Now that I know the mentality of these disgusting scum such as yourself, where when you meet in person and you're being friendly and laughing shit off and being a normal human being, the whole time they're taking that for weakness and so is their audience. I know the meaning of those actions now. So now you're actually going to see it different. But when I behave that way, what you don't get to say is that I'm an unhinged animal, because this is actually what you challenged me to fucking do. You fucking pussy. You little fucking bitch.
Anyway, okay, so from my perspective,
I fucked your mother, Brownie. I fucked your mother, your whole family dishonored.
Yeah,
fuck your whole family, everything.
My mother, to be honest.
I fucked your mother. How about that?
I mean, you can give her a good tumble. Like, you're a young guy. I'm sure she would enjoy that.
You're right. I'm your fucking daddy now.
I feel like you're a few months younger than me, so no, that's not gonna happen.
I'm still your fucking daddy, bitch.
Okay, buddy.
I'm your new stepdad.
Well, hello, stepfather.
Yeah, I'm your new stepdad, Brownie.
Okay. Anyway, so from my perspective, I remember Destiny playing some zombie game, and you were in the voice call, and you made all kinds of threats about like he will see when we meet in real life, and then the stream came when you met him in real life, and you were super nice, just like Destiny had predicted that you
No,
were
he
going to be.
didn't. No, he didn't.
Nothing
Destiny,
happened. And
Destiny
here we are.
predicted.
Here we
Destiny
are again.
predicted that I would awkwardly shy away. I literally told Destiny that he's acting like a submissive.
Tilt.
I literally told Destiny how submissive he's acting in real life, and how in person I looked him in the eyes and said, "How come you don't keep the same energy in person?" I was in full control of that entire fucking interaction the whole time. Whereas he predicted.
I thought you were nice. I thought you were nice in real life, but it's not what you say that you are.
Did I say? Hold on. What did I say exactly I was going to do in real life?
I feel like you made some veiled threats that you were going to show him.
Is that how you
much of a
feel,
man
or
you
is
are.
that what you actually know, you fucking stumbling, mumbling pussy?
So we can go back. So I would have to go back to look at it. I don't follow this shit religiously. I don't remember every single line of this drama. But yes, I would be very confident in saying that you made some thinly veiled threats.
Will you bet money on it?
Show your manhood.
Will you
to him
bet
in
money
real
on
life.
it so I could take something away from you when you have to be confronted with how fucking wrong you are, you pussy? Will you bet money on it? I want $500
sure.
if you're wrong.
Dude, I'm a student.
I don't give a fuck what you are, Brownie. You're making a claim, and if you're not willing to put your money where your fucking mouth is, it sounds like what you're saying doesn't even fuck.
So what is the
It doesn't sound like you're really confident in what you're
specific-
fucking saying.
Okay,
How
let's
are
word
you?
This true. So let's word this. What is a specific bet going to be?
The bet is going to be this. If I did not make a thinly veiled threat to Destiny, and all I did was
But how do we
contradict
define?
his claim that if I met him in person, I was going to awkwardly go up to him and then walk away with my head looking down and shit, which is the opposite of what fucking happened.
Okay, so here's what my claim is. You said that you were going to basically, essentially, prove your masculinity.
No, I
to
didn't.
him.
I didn't
and you
say
were going
anything
to
like that.
dominate him. You were going to dominate him in some
I did not
perverse,
fuck.
masculine way.
What do
that
you what domination did you imagine was going to happen?
I don't know, like you're basically a caveman, so I thought you were going to just kind of stare him down and make him say uncle to you or something. I don't know.
By staring at him?
Yes, you were going to be like, oh, I'm so muscular. I could beat you up.
But that was self-evident. What do you mean? You thought I was going to size him up and get banned from Twitch?
That's
and
literally what
put
you
my
said.
chest
That's
over
literally
him
what you told
and start
on Twitch,
threatening him in
basically,
person?
Yes. That's basically what you told him on Twitch.
I said
You didn't
I said in person, we'll see if you keep up the same energy, and he did not.
Did you keep up the same energy?
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
I really did, actually.
You really did not.
I really actually did.
No way.
Yes, I
you were
actually
very
did.
nice in person. You were you were a good guy in person. I wish you were like that when you debate people, because then you would get the message across. You would be effective, and I would actually have respect for you. But you don't.
Hey, are you an NPC? Are you an NPC? Are you a Brownie, do you consider yourself a smart person?
You have to be at least level 100.
No. I didn't ask you to repeat what you just fucking said, which is what I'm reacting to, which was stupid as fuck. I'm asking you if you consider yourself a smart person at this point, because it doesn't seem like you have any self-awareness about how fucking stupid you sound, given what I've already fucking told you, that they take my civility for weakness, and that when I am civil with them, the outcome is actually the same, and that I was actually more than willing to have an impersonal, civil debate with both of them, and they violated that from the very outset, and that I've had civil discussions like you're talking about before, and the same people like you take them for weakness. When I'm civil to Destiny, you say it's weak. When I'm aggressive to Destiny, you say that I'm an ape and I'm unhinged.
Hold on. I'm not really saying that it's weak. I'm saying that it's good. However, you are the one who is not keeping the same
When
energy,
have I ever been aggressive? When have I ever been yelling and aggressive toward Destiny except the last debate?
So I feel like you were kind of yelling or like trying to be this masculine.
No, I was doing that with Tabor.
So
I was doing
there
that
was
with
this stream-
Tabor.
There was this
With
stream where you were
Destiny,
talking to. Okay.
I was doing that to Tabor.
Yeah.
As
With
far as
Tabor,
Destiny is
and
concerned,
Destiny.
I was never aggressive or hostile to him in any real capacity.
Why did you cope with Tabor about him being a so-called bench warmer?
Why are you pivoting? The way I treated Destiny in real life was literally exactly the same as how I treated him in that VC.
It wasn't. It just was not the
Why
same
wasn't
at
it?
all.
Why wasn't it?
Because you had a lot of this toxic masculine
Toward
energy.
Tabor. Toward Tabor,
No,
not toward
no.
Destiny. Yes. You seem to have everything fucking wrong.
I can tell you. So I think you said you went to law school, or like I don't know if you're still in or whatever, taking a break. But like I can see that because you do like take these very 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 narrow like specific details.
Because you're trying
And
to
you
paint
try
a
to
broad
see-
brush that comes from your community,
Okay.
your pedophile community, which
already
can
told
be
you, I got that.
systematically and methodically
Hold on.
dismantled. And now you're
Listen.
complaining about how precise I'm being? Well, because it's
Listen.
exactly proportionate to how precisely wrong you and the community come from are.
Okay, listen. I have been banned from.
I don't
Destiny's
care
Discord,
that they've banned you and you come running to me
DGG
begging to
website,
suck my cock.
and I've been blocked on Twitter.
I
by
don't
Destiny.
care
And
if
you
I don't
keep-
care if
keep
you've been
saying-
exiled from your pedophile community.
keep
I don't care.
saying- you keep
You've been
saying that I'm
exiled
some
from a
DGG
pedophile
and
community.
DCA.
I don't care. Cry me a fucking river.
not a pedophile
Which that's
community.
still where you come from. That's still who
It's
you
not
are.
a pedophile community, first of all.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Really? Is it not?
Okay, let's debate about that then.
Yeah, let's debate about that.
So, how is the pedophile community then? Go on.
Which community platformed Mr. Girl and comprised the majority of his viewership?
DGG.
Is this what you wanted to debate about? Because it seems like you already conceded.
No, I did not concede.
Really? So Mr. Girl, is that a pedophile community?
No, it's not.
Mr. Girl said that he was aroused sexually by cuties.
Yeah, he said that.
And it's not a pedophile community,
No,
which
it's
is
not.
centered around a clearly pedophile personality.
So, what Mr. Girl said, and I don't.
Please put it in context. Put the words in
Okay.
context, please.
No, I think he literally said that he thought that Cuties was a movie that should have been a documentary.
Okay,
And what they
he
did-
more or less
wait,
ad verbatim
what they did-
said he was aroused by it and he thought it was hot.
So I think what he more precisely said that the movie itself tried to make underage girls attractive, and it succeeded in that.
In
I
his,
think that that's
in his
something-
case, it succeeded and he was aroused by it.
Yeah, he said that. You're completely right. He did say
Right,
that.
but the thing is that someone who's not a pedophile is not going to be aroused because of what a movie does.
I think that it's disturbing to think about, and I don't think that pedophiles should be like really publicized.
Well,
I would agree with you
so
on that.
you
However, when he said what he said, he was putting it into a very specific context.
he
where
was
the movie
blaming
itself
a
is not
movie.
sexualized.
He was blaming a movie for his own disgusting head.
So Haas, have you seen like videos on just internet randomly of like long legs, like hot bodies, and then it turns out that it's like a man with a beard, basically, and like this isn't like a transphobic thing or whatever. Like these guys are kind of like trying to troll people to be quote unquote gay, I guess, because haha, you didn't realize that it's like somebody who identifies as a male. And you were attracted.
I think
by it
the only
regardless.
thing you're doing is reporting on yourself right now because I
I've
cannot
seen
really
this-
relate to that.
So listen, I'm a man. I'm comfortable with what I am. I happen to be completely straight. I just
I don't know if that's
defensive
true. I actually don't know if that's true
Okay.
based on what you've just told me.
I guess like maybe there's a problem with like I don't really know how to put it into words in English. To be fair, but like I
Please
do try
put
my
into
best.
words in English how you can justify finding children attractive.
What if it's somebody who looks like an adult?
Children do not look like adults.
Yeah. So I don't really. Okay. So listen, I don't really support Mr. Girl or whatever. Like, so I don't really want to defend
literally
it.
just.
So listen.
I literally said it's a pedophile community. It's a community you came from, and you sound like this.
No. Listen, I don't really feel comfortable defending this because I do not really like the content that he's putting out. However, I still think that like Destiny's.
We don't even
community
have
is not
to
a
talk
pedophile
about
community.
Mr. Girl. Like, based on what you've just said, you've confirmed what I said, is that it's a pedo community.
No.
Yeah,
There's
really.
a difference there.
Yeah, really.
Listen, okay.
So that's why it's a pedo community, because when I talk to
think
them,
all pedophiles should be killed. Okay, that's what I think. Now, at the same time, I feel like in a video game, by the way, but like at the same time, I don't think Destiny's community is full of pedophiles, and I don't even think that Mr. Girl's community is full of pedophiles. I think that there's going to be pedophiles in there, but I don't
you
think
think
that this
there's a
translates into
disproportionate
Destiny's
amount of
community.
pedophiles compared to other communities?
You mean Mr. Girl? Mr. Girl
Yeah.
definitely has a lot. Mr. Girl has pedophiles in his community for sure. He said this himself.
A disproportionate amount relative to other
Yes, for
communities.
sure. It is disturbing. I will
Okay.
agree with you.
And
on
which
that. It is
community?
disturbing.
Which community gave Mr. Girl his community? Where did they come from?
Destiny himself, the streamer, gave him the spotlight and allowed
You're
him
right.
to
It's
build
all
the
DGG
kill
that
reel.
went to watch Mr. Girl and some
But,
Vosh
but like,
people.
but what we were originally talking about is whether or not Destiny's community is like full of pedophiles.
I don't know.
Literally
Does a
full.
does a non-pedophile community give rise to pedophile communities? How does that work? How does a non-pedophile community give birth to a pedophile community?
Because Mr. Girl himself and the entirety of his work is certainly not like pedophilic in nature.
No, he just made a song about raping children and also admitted to being aroused by cuties.
Yes. He just did that, yes.
So you talked about optics and how I look to your DGG pedo community. How do you look saying this to the overwhelming majority of normal people living on
Dude,
planet Earth?
I feel really uncomfortable saying this because I am very anti-pedophilia.
Right.
Like,
So optically, how do you sound right now to most normal people?
so I feel like even if you ever say anything that's vaguely like,
So hold on. It's
being like,
so
oh, we
according to
should-
so let me just get this straight. I look bad because I was yelling, but you and your community don't look bad because you're literally
I don't have a
pedos.
community. I'm just a random nobody,
Right.
as you said.
So it's
it
not
doesn't really
bad. So
matter.
Mr. Girl is not bad for literally talking about raping children and for also talking about how he was aroused by cuties, and you're gonna cope with all sorts of
I
excuses.
think he is bad.
But when
Yes,
I
think he is
yell, that looks bad, right?
bad. Yes. So listen, Haas, let me put it this way. I don't care if Mr. Girl looks bad. I want him to look bad because I don't really agree with him on like much of anything. But I agree with you on a lot of things. So I don't want you to look
So
bad.
why don't
That's
you
what I
actually
want.
go and debate Destiny, and we'll see how you actually fare.
I have actually challenged Destiny to a debate. He dodges me. Like he just doesn't want to.
Okay. Have you debated anyone that we could see your performance?
Only you, but you're like
Okay. Well, you're doing
as you
pretty
said, you're a
poorly with
caveman.
me, actually. Do you
I
think?
would love to debate.
Do
I
you
would
think
love
you're a brave?
to debate
Why,
Destiny.
first of all, you sound very nervous right now. Do you think you're a brave person?
I think I have been in situations in my life where, at great risk to myself, I have decided to act, and that is bravery.
Yeah. So that's what you think right now, right?
No, not right. I'm not counting this one. No.
No, but you think you're a brave person generally.
I think that objectively speaking, I am a brave person, but I think that like it's not really like a special feature. It's something that you have to determine in specific circumstances whether or not you choose to act bravely or not.
Yeah. So you sound like a bitch.
That's nice.
Yeah. You
I like
think you're an
women.
authority about who is a beta male, who's a real man, and all this kind of shit. Why should we trust you as an authority? When your
You don't have to
arguments,
trust me.
when your
I'm literally a
arguments have been
nobody. You don't have to
yeah,
trust me at
okay.
all.
If all we're gonna go off of is your line of reasoning and your argumentation, that's just been dismantled. So what else do you have to prove to us that your judgment matters? You would self-admitted you came from a pedophilic community and
No,
demonstrated
I
that
don't
to
come from
us.
Mr. Girl's community. I
But you
come from
demonstrated
Destiny's
to us how
community.
fucking creepy the community you come from is from your own words, based on the shit you've said. It's weird and creepy.
I still don't think we arrived at a conclusion where all of Destiny's community is pedophiles. So
Okay, so you guys do this thing where you find exceptions to the general problem. Well, it's a general problem that there are pedophilic sympathies that come from Destiny's community, and it gives rise to like outright pedophile communities like Mr. Girl. So I don't see how a non-pedophilic community can give rise to a pedophilic community.
I think that's untrue. I think that there's probably going to be examples of people who unknowingly give rise to, for example, alt-right Nazis because they could be like very conservative and then like some alt-righters.
Okay, so when a goose lays an egg, can it give birth to a crocodile? Can it give birth to a giraffe when a goose lays an egg? Can a giraffe come out of that egg?
You know the answer, so yeah.
So
continue.
Destiny's community laid an egg and pedophiles came out. So what does that say about Destiny's community?
I don't think it's the same.
I think it is okay, why isn't it the same?
Destiny didn't create Mr. Girl. Destiny like gave him a spotlight, and
yeah,
because of that, some people like it because like he has songs like "Kill Pedophiles," so whatever. Where it's like, oh, let's kill. Like in the song, he says that let's kill Nazis, let's kill black people, let's kill everybody who we disagree with, and he's kind of like making fun
he's
of
trying
that
to
kind
make
of
it seem
ideology.
like pedophiles are persecuted and just
Well, okay, so in the song he says that he says in the song that let's kill kids who are molested by pedophiles, and like the point of that is because a lot of these kids who are victims end up being pedophiles themselves.
that is completely immaterial to anything.
So like I can see why some people
listen, Brownie, you have so much nuance. Hold on. You have so much nuance and detail with which you like break down the reasoning and the context for everything.
I don't really agree with
no,
this
Brownie,
stuff
shut the fuck up.
anymore,
You have so much detail and like breadth of context and willingness to like dissect and go into details about the complexities and context of what Mr. Girl says. But when I like have one extra layer of reasoning behind something you thought you saw was apparent, you attribute this, you claim this is coping, right? So how is what you're saying not coping? You're like you're like engaging in this like convoluted Olympic reasoning to justify very outright pedophilia.
Okay, so my final point on this Mr. Girl thing is that I don't like the guy, I don't like the content. However, I can completely see how non-pedophiles would be like listening to the music or like agreeing with like rehabilitating pedophiles who aren't offending. Like I can see why people would fall into that without being pedophiles. So I don't think that Destiny's community is full of pedophiles. I don't really agree with it.
I think they're
really
pedophiles.
Bad when I'm defending it. I understand that.
They're not only pedophiles, they are pedophile sympathizers. And it kind of seems like a pipeline of creating pedophiles. When you start to enable and apologize for this type of behavior, you start to actually produce a culture out of which people actually become disposed toward this behavior.
Now that is something that I would agree with you on. Yes,
And that's the community you come from.
That's the community supposedly you say exists that I was banned on every fucking
You weren't
platform.
banned for defying their pedophile sympathies. You were banned for arbitrarily supporting Russia.
Not arbitrary. There's a lot of reasons to
It's not
support
arbitrary?
Russia. God bless. No, there's a lot of reasons to support Russia.
Okay, let's hear your reasoning. Why?
So first of all, I support the Eastern Ukraine of the ethnic Russians in Eastern Ukraine, who a lot of them do want their freedom. A lot of them have been persecuted. I support Russia not wanting a version of Ukraine that is fucking militarized by NATO, that even has like nuclear missiles and like has that, while they also have fucking neo-Nazis inside of their actual government and their actual military as well. Yeah, those are probably the main reasons that come to my mind right now, at least.
Okay. So you support them because of Eastern Europe?
I support them because of the persecution of a lot of Russians, and also the fact that if this hadn't happened, I do believe that there would be an even worse war.
Okay, and you got banned for saying that?
I got banned from Destiny's Discord for saying that, oh, does anyone want to debate Ukraine, Russia?
Okay. So why were you in Destiny's Discord that whole time? Was it just because you just have pedo sympathies? Nothing else?
Jesus Christ.
Why else were you in the Discord? Or why were you in the community, I should say?
I was actually there literally to debate or talk about this very topic. I don't go to his Discord.
So you wanted to talk in
usually.
Destiny's community. How do you know so much about Mr. Girl, and how do you know so much about how to justify?
I listen, dude, listen. I listen. Okay, so I already told you I've watched Destiny for fucking years, and I have listened to the Mr. Girl album. I think it's really good. I just don't like the pedo sympathizing, which you said, pointed out earlier.
You think he has a good album, and it's really good?
I think the album is really good. Yes.
Why should anyone care what a pedophile sympathizer has to say about judging me? Because I don't really see normal people come and tell me things like, Haas, you look like a beta, Haas. You're not a real man. I don't see normal people. It seems like either obese people or pedophile sympathizers or weirdos. It always seems like it's like a very specific subset of person who confronts me and criticizes me over how I debate.
Normal people would see you and correctly come to the conclusion that you have a mental problem.
Okay, but remember your lens.
They would not waste time.
But your lens is restricted by pedophile sympathies. Why do I care what those people think? Why would I want them in my
community? Let's kill the pedophiles, okay? In a video game. Are you happy?
Why would I want people like you in my community?
Hopefully, you would want an open dialogue on a great many things aside from pedophilia. Let's kill all the pedophiles in a video game.
Do you think you're the type of person I want in my community?
I don't care. That's up to you. You could ban me right now if you wanted to.
Well, first of all, you'll never be welcome here because we have a zero tolerance policy as far as any pedophile sympathy is concerned.
How am I sympathetic to pedophiles?
Because we don't want people in our community who watch and listen to Mr. Girl's album.
How's the music? Why's the music banned?
Why do you have to push boundaries? You know what pedophiles do is they push boundaries. They say, well, 18, what's wrong with 17 then? If there's nothing wrong with 17, what's wrong with 16? And if there's nothing wrong with 16,
in the country
because you have to draw a line somewhere. And if you not being able to respect that line, even if it's arbitrary, is what separates a pedophile from a normal person. That's why.
I think that you can't go lower than 16 in any circumstance, like no matter the country.
Yeah, well, it's actually 18 where we're from.
Well, it's 16 in where I live, so.
Yeah, it's still really weird. It's actually really weird.
Do you think they're pedophiles if they go for 16 or 17-year-olds?
Yes, I do. Because I think the willingness to circumvent socially prescribed boundaries for what constitutes adulthood is an indication that you're a pedophile.
I don't think that's how pedophiles.
Yeah, I actually
pedophilia is
do think that's
defined.
how it works. Because even if the line is considered arbitrary, it's the line we use to separate a child from an adult.
Yeah, but why would you have to take the term pedophilia for that? Why can't you just say
Because
hebephilia?
pedophiles target and abuse children.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not really sympathetic
It's
to
actually
pedophiles.
disgusting when you try and actually go into the details of what like the mental process of a pedophile in terms of the details of their
agree.
preferences. It doesn't matter what specific preferences pedophiles have. Someone who is interested in abusing and assaulting children is a pedophile. Sexually is a pedophile.
So, Haas, I will agree that pedophiles are disgusting. We shouldn't be publicizing pedophilia or like being like, oh, let's get them support groups on fucking Twitch. Like, that shouldn't be happening, okay? Like, let's kill all pedophiles in a video game, in a Minecraft.
Can you stop saying
like,
that? Yeah, go ahead and stop saying that.
Okay, that was the last time. So, I don't want to talk about video games. It's funny how we came to this Mr. Girl stuff from the conversation of why you're a beta male.
But why would I care what a pedo has to say about what type of male I am? You're actually you're a pedophile apologist.
When you're having a discussion or debate with somebody, like it doesn't have to be me, with like Destiny or Irrelevant. You're always like, you don't actually attack them for their arguments. You try to find something like
but I've actually proven to you how every single debate I've ever had with Destiny, except the one you're referencing,
League of Legends, you're a pedophile. You say things like that,
Brownie. But you sound like an idiot because it's not. Why, Brownie? Why do you? Can I ask you a question? Why do you talk when you know you're a dumb fuck? Like what I'm about to say is gonna prove you're a dumb fuck.
Well, I mean, objectively,
okay. Do you have a response for what I'm about to say? Do I have a response for what I'm about to say? I'm going to quote you.
Go on.
You just said, every time I talk to these people, I never address the substance of their argument. I just attack them for their appearance, right? Or sorry, for some other, and I call them names or something, and I do ad hominems, right? Well, not only is that not true for the debate I had when I was yelling at Destiny and calling him names, it certainly wasn't true. No one who actually heard that can say I didn't address the substance of the argument. It's actually the majority of what I was saying was the substance of the argument. You just have selective memory. But the majority of times in which I've debated Destiny specifically, I did not yell or insult him personally. I stuck to the meat and potatoes. Now, as far as the irrelevant conversation is concerned, sorry, you're contesting that?
Yes.
Okay, what other debates that I've had with Destiny?
Every fucking single time. Every time you get off the track, you would probably win on the meat and potatoes.
Can you name one debate I've had with Destiny?
Every single one of them, Haas.
Okay, name one. If it's every single one, you should
the last one.
The one before that one?
No, the last one, the fucking with the middle guy.
Yeah, I said that was one where I did insult him and stuff. Can you name any other debate with Destiny where that was the case?
I feel like there's a lot of conversations that you kind of
Can you name one debate with Destiny besides the one I had 2 days ago?
What are the names of the fucking debates? Is it like
I debated, okay, when I first started talking, I debated Destiny the first time about Russiagate. He rage quit. I debated Destiny a second time about philosophy, and he just decided to listen in and hear what I had to say. I debated him a third time about fiduciary responsibility and the Uyghur genocide. I debated him several other times on Zerka's show. I debated him about third parties on the Hippy Dippy platform, and I also debated him about Biden's record in person during Modern Day Debates event. None of those times have I ever acted improperly or transgressed the bounds of a serious professional level discussion, okay, or debate. This was the only time where, with Destiny specifically, I decided to start roasting him and insulting him, and the reason for that was because Destiny was doing the same to me, except he sounded like a little bitch while doing it, and I was being directly aggressive. And moreover, when it comes to actually addressing the substance of all of his arguments, they were all either systematically dismantled by Jackson or me. But yes, every time he opened his mouth and said anything about Ukraine and Russia, we had a response. Not once did we let him get away with saying anything about that topic.
Jackson had a response.
No, I also did.
There was maybe 2 times or something.
No,
like
it
that.
was
But
the
aside
whole
from
time.
that, you were actually
when Destiny. Okay, I'll give
Jackson.
you an example. When Destiny said that the Azov battalion is not relevant because numerically they're a small proportion of the Ukrainian armed forces, he had the rebuttal that numerical proportions of infantry does not constitute military or political relevance. For example, the Azov battalion was at the vanguard of operations in eastern Ukraine. They almost single-handedly were responsible for taking Mariupol in 2015, among other cities, and they were highlighted the most as, and they were claimed as by the president of Ukraine at the time, Poroshenko, as being the most important fighters of Ukraine's military. So clearly, I had a response. Now, what did Destiny say in response to that? You have
So
anything?
actually, you know what? I remember that, like, when he brought up Mariupol, like, Destiny was like, soy, one city, soy. Like, he doesn't really have any arguments. But I would still say that even though you know the stuff, you know the meat and potatoes or whatever you want to call it,
Okay,
and you
so
have
he
a
did not
response,
have an
instead
argument,
of
and he
responding
decided
properly,
he did not
Jackson
have an
does,
argument,
you
and
fucking
he
let
decided
him win by spurging out. That's so sad.
he
That
did
is
not.
really
Hold on,
sad.
I didn't only mention Mariupol. I gave a bunch of other examples.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
like,
But he
that's-
had no response. So how? What am I supposed to say if he has no response? And he decides
you
to
should
resort to
always.
insults.
Okay, listen. I think that you should have a discussion about this with Jackson because I'm sure you respect him and he has a very different way of debating than you do. I think you should really like try to take some.
Jackson was just getting interrupted and muted. Okay.
I know. But
Yeah.
I think that like if you two had been the guys who are getting like abused by the moderation, but every single time you guys open your mouths, you're actually spitting out facts. You're like actually giving points that they
then
cannot
we look
refute.
weak.
You
Then,
would look
then they're
better.
gonna say
You would
we're
look
weak.
so good.
Yeah. Then they're gonna say we were such beta males that we allowed
Yeah.
ourselves.
Okay, so that's a problem because from your point of view, that is a massive hit to your ego. You can't handle it because of this fucking fake masculine
The audience will
bullshit.
say the same
But you have
shit.
you have to get rid of that.
Hey,
you have
let
to
me tell you
actually become
something.
politically
My
effective.
audience would be disappointed by it. It would empower
because-
his audience. They would be celebrating because of how weak we would have looked. And even a
Yes,
third party
yes.
would have said, "Why are these guys letting these? They're clearly being submissive and not being dominant." There is nothing we could have done to get rid of the criticism you're talking about
There
from the
is.
pedophile community.
You had the fucking facts and you fucking.
You're
blew it.
right,
The
but what
reason
you're
why some-
actually
the reason why some people
listen,
in your
Brownie.
community-
After like 2 hours of debating about this is what you're not getting. You're right. We did have the facts and we did have the arguments. The common denominator, as far as why there couldn't be a serious debate about this topic is concerned, isn't because
you.
no, it's not me or how I behaved. It is the fact which you have admitted, and this is literally the logical conclusion of where we've just arrived. Right? You just admitted Destiny had no arguments. It is that Destiny not only had no arguments, but has never expressed a willingness to seriously debate about this topic from the very beginning. He was not interested in actually debating about the topic.
There's some truth to this. I feel like I already talked about this at the start.
So you're saying
so
us looking weak and not being able to get a word in would have been better?
I think that you have a problem in your community because this is the community that you have built. You have been acting like a caveman. You've been yelling, getting really angry. So you have a lot of people in your community that if you switch your character right now and try to be like more like Jackson, there will be people like, oh, you're beta, you're so weak, you're so weak. But you would actually gain a whole new community, and you would actually become more effective in these
You just
debates.
got so
I swear to
excited.
fucking God, dude.
So you arrived at a thought. You got very excited about this thought, which you've just expressed right now in the form of what you call an argument. That
Yeah,
if I were
talk
to
me
act
down.
civil in debates, I would get a new. And you got pretty excited when you said that, right? Because you thought it was such a good and smart point. The
I'm happy
problem is,
because I want you to be more effective. I actually
Brownie,
want.
I know you're getting excited because you think it's such a brilliant and good point. The
Yeah,
problem
but you
is,
can't handle it
the
because you want to
problem
be this
is,
fake alpha male. That's what you want to
yeah,
do.
you're
You
getting
want to do
so
that
Brownie,
on
Brownie,
fucking
Brownie,
Twitch.
Brownie. This is the problem when I talk to fucking dumb fucks, and I wish there was no TOS on Twitch because there's plenty more I want to call you. Like R.
You can mute Twitch,
Brownie,
OBS, and just
Brownie.
call me
This is the
the
problem,
N-word.
right? But this is the problem, right? That would be a useful piece of advice if it wasn't for the fact that there are plenty of debates in which I've conducted myself in a civil and mature manner. There are plenty of debates in which I've conducted myself in a civil and mature manner with Destiny. And not only are there plenty of those, every single formal debate I've ever had with Destiny was conducted in a civil and mature manner, except the one you're referencing. Now, I keep trying to corner you on this specific point, but you're either denying the facts without any proof, or you're changing the topic. So what do you have to say about that?
So I have two things to say. Number one, to be honest, I don't care about just Destiny. You talk to a lot of other people as well, and we both know that you can't defend yourself against like the irrelevant stuff, the fucking chud logic stuff, every other thing. That's why you talk about.
So
Destiny,
you just mentioned two.
Hold on. So maybe you were nicer with Destiny than these other content creators. Maybe you really like Destiny. I don't fucking know why you keep going on that. Why you're so obsessed with Destiny. But number two, I think that like we're kind of looping because.
Okay, this is why we're looping. So you arrived at a new point. Now you're saying, I'll concede to what you said about Destiny, but I'm going to deny the other thing. I'm going to deny the other thing you said. Hey, shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking mouth.
Yes, stepfather.
Yeah. You mentioned Our Relevant and Chud Logic, two debates that were not formal, Chud Logic not even having any substance to it beyond a roast-off, and in Our Relevant's case, the overwhelming majority of that debate, me calmly dissecting and dismantling his entire worldview, which you completely ignored and seemed to have forgotten about. You only focused on the end part where I lost my patience. But even if I were granted you the Our Relevant debate as a whole was me being hostile and shit, that doesn't say anything about the countless and even dozens of other civil, mature debates I've had, majority of whom are actually people who come from the right, but there were many liberals and even leftists included in that as well, where I did debate in a civil and respectful manner because they didn't disrespect me. You mentioned Our Relevant and Chud Logic. Did you talk about those third position people that I debated? Did you talk about the countless libertarians and conservatives and liberals that I've debated? No, you don't remember those debates because those debates actually don't propel me into notoriety. The only debates that propel me into notoriety in your community are the ones that actually shock you so much about how angry and how unhinged I am because your community is too stupid to keep up with the actual substance of the discussion when I'm actually calm because you say, oh, this is boring, I don't care about this. So whose fault is that, Brownie? You have demonstrated that you're only focusing on the debates in which I lose my temper. You don't even acknowledge that probably the majority of debates I've had, I've kept my cool.
So let's say that that's true. Let's say that in the majority of the debates you've kept your cool. That still wouldn't kind of get you out of the criticism that you deserve after this latest debate. That
but
only makes it more
shameful. You just shifted the goalposts. You just said that if I adopted a more professional and mature way of debating, that you would lose your community and your community would be shocked by it. But I have conducted myself like that in front of my community plenty of times.
Why don't you keep
so
doing
it shows because the reason why I lose my temper is when my opponents demonstrate an unwillingness to actually seriously debate about the topic.
Okay, so do you think that's
and when they decide to resort to disrespect and insults,
are you going to work on this or not?
No, because my rule is very simple. If you want to debate me about Ukraine or Russia, debate me about Ukraine or Russia. If you want to get in a match of insults and yelling and disrespect, I can more than happily oblige you in that regard as well, right? So if someone chooses the latter, that's not my fault. I am the one who expressed a willingness to focus on the meat and potatoes. Literally, when I first joined the call, I said this, let's focus on the meat and potatoes. Destiny didn't want to do that. Why? Because he's a stupid little bitch who would get fucking wrecked if he was deprived of his ability to entertain his audience with his cheap band kid humor insults.
Okay, so I know, like, we're focusing on the latest debate and it kind of pisses you off because you have done a lot of things, right? I acknowledge that, but this is the most relevant thing because it just happened. You had a 2 versus 2 debate. You had Jackson with you. So what do you think Jackson thinks about you, and what do you think Jackson's community thinks about you after that performance? Because you just said that you don't have to change or what. So, like,
Jackson literally did not have to fucking say. What do you mean? What is Jackson? Jackson's community doesn't even know who Destiny and Dylan are, and they don't even know like the context of why it went down that fucking road because they don't know the history and the beef.
That makes it worse. That makes it worse. That makes it so much worse because they don't know why you're so upset. So, to them, you're literally just
could have been
screeching
done
monkey.
because they had expressed no willingness to actually debate.
So that can actually be such a good opportunity for you because if they are not able to debate your points and you refrain from getting upset, and there's kind of this awkward silence where they're just trying to.
No, it's not an awkward silence. It's an endless blitzkrieg and barrage of arguments on their part, coupled with insults of not being able to get us a word out. We would look weak. Because the actual theme of the discussion and the actual arguments that are being said would be overwhelmingly dominated by their ability to push their narratives. You've never actually been in a fucking big debate like this, so you don't know how it fucking works. So you should actually just shut the fuck up and stop talking about shit you don't understand.
Okay. So the only thing I can say is that, like, if you bring up Moripol and like the fucking neo-Nazi Ukrainians there, and then they're like, soy, you're short, soy, you're 5'7", soy, the tilt.
They don't only do that. That's just their first attack. They do that, then they No, you know what, Brownie? You have listening skills. I want you to put your finger in your ear and clean the shit out of your fucking ear. That's what they first do. Then they very loudly, because their microphone volume is higher than ours, argue their narrative about the fucking events. And they get to actually come out having an ideological victory, and we have no ability to rebuke anything they say.
Okay. I think my last point is like, or last point that I just said is like pretty much the core of this issue. Like, you should be better. You could fix this. You could be so much better, but you decide not to. It's a shame. Can't really do anything about it.
You're actually a NPC, and I don't.
I hope somebody like Jackson.
I don't know how you could even be human. You're an AI. You're literally an AI.
You could be so much better, but
it's
right
literally
now
a chatbot. You're a chatbot. You're literally an NPC. I mean, you have not responded to any actual point. You just go back to square one and say the same shit over. I don't even know how it's possible for someone to think this way. What a fucking dumbass. What a literal dumbass. Thank you, Hannah Montana.
Hannah Montana 300 donated $5. WOS.
State Department is telling Americans to leave now. Thank you, Janar. Appreciate you. Finish the Ukraine video from fact checking in yesterday. Which one?
Based. Based.
Thank you, Moan Mission. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. The Estonian diplomat. I'm not ending stream. What the fuck? Thank you, Noble Womb. Appreciate you. Appreciate you a ton. I'm gonna talk about everything. Okay, give me a second. Dealing with a lot of bullshit. Give me a second. Give me a sec. Thank you so much, Paperwin. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Paperwin. Okay, let's get back into the news, guys. Let's get right back into the news. I'm 100% on Putin's side. Yes. Okay, so as I was covering, there were protests in Kherson within which is a Russian-controlled city right now. Now, I'm gonna be realistic with you guys. According to Putin, if you didn't hear this already, right? Putin has said that if the Ukrainian leadership continues on its current path, let me just get this. Yeah, if the Ukrainian leadership continues on its current path, this calls into question Ukrainian statehood. I have no doubt within my mind, and I'm giving you guys a realistic assessment and a realistic forecast. I do not have any doubt in my mind that there would be widespread protests within Ukraine. Whether they represent the majority of Ukrainians or not, there are going to be widespread protests within Ukraine in the event of some kind of Russian occupation or dissolving of Ukrainian statehood. The thing is that as far as these protests are concerned, I mean, yeah, it's max 10,000. I don't even think it's 10,000, right? I'm just saying you're going to see a lot of images and videos of widespread protests, right, within Ukraine in the event of a Russian occupation. You know, a lot of the color revolutions were about that. I actually recall how in Lebanon there were widespread protests during the Syrian occupation, and they had their cedar revolution or whatever, right, which was a color revolution to expel the Syrian troops. And in the event of that widespread unrest, Russia probably will pull out or abandon it, something of that nature. There's more than 10,000 in Kherson. Or where are you getting that number from? Because all I've seen is this video. I don't see 10,000 people in this video, okay? So where are you getting 10,000 protesters? I mean, do I just have a wrong way of like tallying up crowds? I don't see this as 10,000 people. Someone's in VC? Who the fuck is in VC? I don't see this as 10,000. Where are you guys getting that number? I don't know anything about the protests in Kherson. I'm just going off of this footage, right? Yeah, this looks like I could see 1,000 maybe. I don't know. I can't really tell. There's someone in VC. What? Okay, just very quickly.
Sometimes means that he has compassion for other people and for America. And that's what he's doing. He's disciplining America and whipping you guys into shape. Really, I don't give a fuck about America, but he does. So don't fucking see it as a weakness. Anyways, that's it. Yallah, assalamu alaikum. Have a good day.
I appreciate you, brother. Okay, continuing. A bunch of liberals want a political science teacher banned because he told the truth about Putin. Let's check it out. It's silly to say this letter calls for Mir Simmer's cancellation. It doesn't. What it does is a little creepier. What? University of Chicago students circulating a letter calling for the cancellation of John Mearsheimer over Putinism, anti-Ukrainian ideology, and spreading Russian disinformation like there was a coup in 2014, and it included fascists. This is Mearsheimer. Let's check it out. Dear President Paul, whatever, we, the students of the University of Chicago, appeal for your support. Naturally, just like millions of other people around the world, we are seeking to provide as much as help Ukraine. We believe one of the worthwhile causes in the fight against Putin's aggression is to identify and condemn those who are actively engaged in the spread of Putinism and ideologies used to justify aggression against Ukraine. Putinism, interesting. We recently, Putinism is not a thing. Okay, Putin is just a Russian centrist. So whenever someone says Putinism, just remember they're saying the Russian perspective. Okay. Anyway, we were recently deeply pained to learn that one of the University of Chicago professors, Dr. John, whatever, is to our view engaged in propagating Putinism. Is a very influential and academic, and they believe his actions to be extremely detrimental to our country. Here are some of the statements that the scholar made in his lecture titled Why Ukraine is the West's Fault. You know, the sad thing is that he actually made this lecture long before the Russian special military operation. So they're trying to cancel him for a lecture he made in 2014 or 2015. A significant element of participants in the Ukrainian Revolution of Dignity were fascists. That's just, is anyone trying to dispute that? Are people trying to say like, oh no, that's actually not true? Okay, I hate to burst your bubble, whoever believes that, but this is actually just true. I mean, it's literally just true, okay? The revolution was a coup. It actually was, because at the time, the majority of Ukrainians did not agree as far as Ukraine's ascension to the EU is concerned. It was like 60-40, and 40 wanted the EU, 60 did not. The war in Donbass was largely a civil war. What? How is this disputable? All of the above mentioned statements were not substantiated by any meaningful historical or scholarly evidence, but were rather presented as the lecturer's belief or common knowledge, and were in essence ideological rather than academic. Or if you wanted to inquire about the facts from which the professor was deriving these conclusions, you can ask him, or you could debate about it. But instead, the liberal Nazi scum are trying to resort to censorship. Equally significant, this same narrative is being used by Putin and Russian social media to justify his war in Ukraine as a fight against fascists oppressing Russian speakers in the state. As recently as a month ago, he related to one of his classes that the West should not help Ukraine, that he constantly communicates this view to his influential European and American colleagues. He said that Russia could reasonably be expected and justified to force the return of Ukraine to its sphere of influence. Check your Twitter. Okay, give me 1 second.
Spring that being said, the first thing on the agenda is...
Oh, hey. What? The Militant, what's that?
It's a weekly socialist paper. It's coming out since 1928 here in the U.S.
It's what?
It's been coming out.
Testomime was at a fucking protest. And... hold on. Pesto, is there any TOS in your video? Like, does the newspaper show anything TOS at all? Any TOS at all? So Pestomine was at the pro-Ukrainian protest.
The Militant, what's
he found some Trotskyists.
that?
It's a weekly socialist paper.
Trying to see if the newspaper has like graphic images or anything.
The New York City Metro version. Spring that being said, the first thing on the agenda is...
Oh, hey. What? The Militant, what's that?
It's a weekly socialist paper. It's coming out since 1928 here in the U.S.
It's what?
It's been coming out since 1928.
Okay.
Every week we get the news out from a working class point of view.
Okay, what's...
As opposed to the New York Times or the Washington Post.
So it's the Militant, and then what else? What are the other papers?
Ukraine. It's the next Black Lives Matter. Slava Zucchini. Slava Pepperoni.
But yeah, the smaller ones.
Oh, that's a statement from the Militant.
Slava Macaroni.
This is, we have meetings, we have Militant labor forums.
Oh, okay.
That's what that is.
What are these cringe fucking New York lib shits singing?
Cool.
You want to read one?
Read one?
Or you want to read a statement from the Militant?
Sure.
This is the lead article. Militant's $1 for 1 or 12 weeks for $5.
Oh, okay, so it's $5?
For 12.
Can people just stop going outside? Just stop. Just stop doing it. Just stop going outside. Don't. Why did you think we're gonna go to Times Square? We're gonna sing "Stop, stop, stop this war right now"? I mean, just don't go outside, okay? Just stay home. It's a fucking embarrassment, you know. Just don't fucking go outside. Don't just go outside, you know. I knew. Yeah. So watch second throughout. We don't have time. We'll get back to it. What makes this more is that Dr. Mesmer is going to receive substantial funds from the Russian government affiliates, for example, the Valdai Discussion Club, among others. Considering the above, we respectfully ask the following actions be taken to remedy the situation: a public disclosure of the amount and source of all Russia's funds, a clear statement. This is like Red Guard shit, except they're like ideological self-criticism. Do you denounce Putin and declare your allegiance to Slava Ukraini? Do you? Yeah, it's like they want a loyalty oath or some shit. A statement from the university that it does not condone anti-Ukrainian ideology on campus. We would like this effort. This is weird. So they're trying to like extract a fucking loyalty oath from him. They're also... It would be best for Ukraine to be an independent, neutral country. Why? It would be best for Ukraine to literally be annexed by a fucking new Russian Union. Waiting a reply, Darnia Safaron, Edita Kuberka, Irnia Irkilenko. Oh, they're all Ukrainian. Finished the Ukrainian video from yesterday. Those names are Ukrainian. There's something else that goes on the university when you criticize like a certain country's actions. There's censorship attempts, right? There's censorship attempts when it comes to Turkey and Armenia and stuff. There's a lot of like censorship attempts, you know? When not Turkey and Armenia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, pretty sure. So there's censorship attempts when it comes to a lot of stuff. I guess this just adds to the list. Okay, so I cannot confirm this, but apparently, when Chechens stormed a neo-Nazi bunker and took no prisoners, I think this was the one that they were talking about they beheaded. They found a lot of US dollars packed inside Red Cross boxes. The general view in Eastern Europe that it's best for there to be neutral buffer states. Yeah, that's Poland and those cringe countries. It's not Ukraine. Ukraine is part of Russia's sphere of influence. I think there's an old video from Syria. Oh, is it? Is Pepe Escobar reliable, or does he just share random shit? Is this actually from Syria? That's an old video? Yeah, it's not verified. Oh, wait, okay. Why is he sharing fake news? Apparently, this is from Ghana. And no, wait. Yeah, I don't know. These are Red Cross boxes. But, yeah, apparently that's not correct. It's from Libya from 2011. Okay, so confirming that's not the case. Okay. I don't know why he's sharing that. That's, yeah, like I said, I focus on ASB News because this shit I cannot verify, you know? I can't verify this shit. Okay, we have that confirmed that it's not the case. From Libya, okay. That needs to be confirmed, you know? This is interesting. I think this was a typo. Russian companies will have the right to pay debts to creditors from companies that commit unfriendly actions in rubles. Based! You want them to fucking make ruble jokes? There's your fucking ruble jokes. There's your fucking ruble jokes. It means the ruble is rapidly depreciating in value, and Russian companies can just pay companies in rubles, and it's just not going to be good for them. No, I don't. I don't think they mean like if you own 100K in euros, they're gonna get. No, you're still gonna have to. No, guys, it's about the depreciation over time. It's not about. They're not gonna just pay them in fucking. They're not saying 1 ruble equals 1 euro. Okay, that's not what he's saying. But it would be great if that is what they were doing. I honestly was like, why doesn't Putin just say we're gonna default on all of our debts and we're just not gonna pay them back? That would, I don't know. Can you just do that? Rubles recovered. Let's check it out. Ruble USD. Has it recovered? It hasn't recovered, man. Look at this. How is this recovered? Calm down. The war started here. It's at 0.012 and here it is. Oh, wait. You're right. No, wait. Are you right? Well, it seems like it's gone back up. It was pretty, yeah, it was pretty down. I'm not sure. Zelensky urges everyone in the occupied lands to go on the offensive against them. Well, Ukraine's going to lose independent statehood if that's true. I mean, let me show you. Speaking of the President Zelensky, I want to actually show you some funny stuff. So this was from like 2014. Zelensky's president melted down on camera. I'm the president of this country. I'm 41 years old. I'm not a loser. Well, that's just like your opinion, man. That's just like your opinion, man, because I personally don't know if I agree with that, you know? I don't know if I agree with the idea that you're not a loser. I think you are one, actually. It's kind of just your opinion that you're not. You know? It's one of those things. See if you can debunk this. Okay, let's check it out. Scale of the Russian convoys that are being attacked and destroyed by the Ukrainians has to be seen and believed. I have no idea how many casualties the Russians took in this engagement, but it would have been extremely heavy. This is, let me watch the whole video. Are there any bodies in this? I don't think so. No, there's no bodies, right? Is there blood or... No, there isn't. Okay, so let's look at this. So this was a small Russian convoy from 3 days ago.
А мамка выглядывает в окно, а ну, видишь, гоп-стопом занимается. О, мама дорогая. Зетки, тигры. Ой, ой, боже, посмотри, сколько этой нечисти. Действительно, все черное такое, противное. Ой. Ой, боже, куда ж вы претесь? Что ж вам не хватает в этой жизни, а?
How is this a big convoy, by the way? Aren't the convoys supposed to stretch miles?
Это ж как нуждаться...
Зазомбированный.
Зомби.
Зондеркоманда.
Это ж как надо нуждаться, чтобы попереть...
Ukraine discussed around 50 minutes in? Okay.
Грабить и убивать. Ой, капец.
Vehicles abandoned, then destroyed. The thing is, if these are all casualties, why do almost every single one of these vehicles have the door open? Almost every single one of these videos have the signs of abandonment. Yeah, they look abandoned. Like, even the destroyed vehicles, the doors are open, so something's not adding up. Are claims of Russian poor logistics fake news? I think so. I have not seen evidence of poor logistics. That's all I can really tell you. I have not seen evidence of it. This is some stuff that was captured in Kherson. Besto, I can't show videos of violence, and I would take those down if that's actually what you have. Let me see.
I don't know what that is, but you know.
Well, Pesto, this is an old man. Why would you knock him out?
I just told you. This is what this is about. There's one there's maybe
How would you knock out an old man?
one crazy there, right? But
I've seen at least 4 of these today.
Oh, really? Okay, so there's 4 out of what? 5,000.
Most of these guys, you know, they come. Are they going to want to be flying a bunch of World War II flags when they know that America fought on the side of the Russians in that war, not on the side of the Stefan Bandera?
So what are you for anyway? Where are you coming from? What's your position?
I'm against NATO and I'm against Nazism.
I am too. We agree on that.
Well, how many NATO flags did you see here today?
Well, we think NATO is a U.S. U.S. run, operation.
So is the current Ukrainian government. It's a U.S. run operation, but it's also Nazi run.
No, it's not Nazi. That's what Putin says. That's absurd.
That's what this guy proudly says.
So you're pointing to one guy, and you're saying Putin's right.
Yes, I'm saying Putin's right.
Okay. It gets ridiculous.
All right.
Any evidence?
This shit is so fucking cringe, I swear to God. This shit is actually so cringe. Ukraine! Fuck. Just getting water, guys. Okay, we're good.
Nazi run
Right here. Right here, sir.
Where's the evidence?
Right there. That's the flag of the OUNB. I love your hat, sir. The OUNB. There's another one, by the way. That guy's hat. Stefan Bandera. Google
What's the end goal of the DPR and LPR? And more likely integration with Russia.
it.
More than likely. But actually, I don't know. I think Putin actually wants Zelensky to work with those republics and make them part of Ukraine. And I think Putin would prefer those republics to have autonomy within Ukraine, possibly to be a source of influence within Ukraine as like a countervailing influence. And I think that would actually be smart. A lot of people are not taking into consideration that if Russia is going to tolerate an independent Ukrainian state, it's probably going to have a state that's within the unified territories of Ukraine that includes the autonomous republics of Lugansk and Donetsk, probably as a part of a more united framework. And if they create a more united framework, it's going to actually ensure that there's a countervailing balance and influence within Ukraine that's going to prevent it from ever going to the Western side. So that's also a possibility. Putin equals scum. You equals no bitches. Okay, well, look at the fucking video and fact checking. Dude, where? You keep spamming me. You're not even fucking showing it. Where? Where's the fucking video and fact checking? This one?
What do you think?
I think we're in play. The Klitschko piece is obviously the complicated electron here.
We saw it.
Especially the announcement
We
of
saw
him as
the
deputy prime.
we saw the whole thing.
I think that's right.
He had a new name for the UN guy, Rob.
Yeah, we saw that whole thing. Have you ever considered if anyone has really been far, even has decided to go? I fucking got an aneurysm reading that. I literally got an aneurysm reading that. Who the fuck are you? How did you get partnered? That's my question. Can anyone just get partnered? Oh, from Storm Cloud's Gathering. Yeah, we'll finish it. We'll finish it. Member of Ukrainian negotiation team was assassinated by the Ukrainian security service with 2 shots to the chest. Obviously, it's not 2 shots to the chest. It's 2 shots to the head. Ukrainian sources claim he committed high treason. We have reviewed the photo of his corpse and it looks authentic. Yeah, 2 shots to the head, not the chest. So for whatever reason, this guy was actually shot and killed. He was actually killed. He was part of the Ukrainian negotiations team. Espionage? I don't know. I know there's a picture of his dead body. I know about that. There is actually a picture of his dead body. I don't know why he was shot and killed, though. Which issues do you agree with Dugin and where do you disagree? It's too, bro, that's too, like, much. That's, like, too much, right? For now, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's way too much to talk about. Way, way too much ground to cover when it comes to that. Way too much, okay? Way, way too much. Anyway. Okay, this was also breaking news of this morning. Well, yesterday's morning. Due to the unwillingness of the Ukrainian side to influence the nationalists and to extend the ceasefire, the offensive operation will be resumed from 1800. I don't know when that is exactly. Okay, God, you keep fucking spamming me. Fuck. All right, I'll very quickly. 50 minutes in. What is this? Ah, fuck.
Acknowledge it. You are ignoring it. And you want millions of people around the world to either not notice it or forget about it tomorrow. You won't get away with it. It won't happen.
In the case of neighbouring Ukraine, earlier this year, the European...
I'm coming from the British Empire. I'm a privateer. We're one trying to get some more loot. Bring it back to the city of London. I'm a privateer of the United Kingdom. And we're here to get some more loot back from the United Kingdom. You have to take me very seriously. I'm coming from the United Kingdom. We're going to bring there some loot. You Ruskies better fall in line. You better know your place. I'm from the East India Trading Company.
European Union said you had more than 100,000 troops on the.
Fuck you. You're not allowed to be sovereign. We've only got one sovereign. The sovereign being the Queen of England. Everyone has to bow before that. The bankers of the City of London are in charge.
Ukrainian border. Was that an attempt to get Washington's attention?
Look, first,
he was so shocked at what a stupid question it was.
Ukraine itself constantly, and I think is still doing that. It kept bringing personnel and military equipment to the conflict area in the southeast of Ukraine, Donbass. That's one. Two is that we conducted exercises in our territory, and not just in the south of the Russian Federation, but also in the Far East and in the North and in the Arctic. Simultaneously, military exercises were being held in different parts of the Russian Federation. At the very same time, the US was conducting military exercises in Alaska. Do you know anything about it? Probably not. But I'll tell you that I do know. And that is in direct proximity to our borders. But that's in your territory, on your land. We didn't even pay attention to it. What is happening now? Now, at our southern borders, there is a war game, Defender Europe. 40,000 personnel, 15,000 units of military equipment. Part of them have been airlifted from the US continent directly to our borders. Did we airlift any of our military technology to the US borders? No, we did not.
But many of those,
why are you worried?
Many of
then?
those exercises are a response to your actions, Mr. President. Do you worry that your opposition to NATO has actually strengthened it? For 6 years, NATO has spent more on defence.
That's some defense. Some defense. During the USSR era, Gorbachev, who is still, thank God, with us, you can ask him, got a promise, a verbal promise. However, it was a promise that there would be NATO expansion to the east. Where are those promises? 2 waves of expansion.
Where is that written down? Where is that promise?
This is the destiny argument. It wasn't written down anywhere. He was just talking about Germany.
Written down.
Right. Well done. Well done. Correct. You've got a point. Nya. Got you good. Well, congratulations. Of course, everything should be sealed and written on paper. But what was the point of expanding NATO to the east and bringing this infrastructure to our borders? And all of this before saying that we're the ones who have been acting aggressively? Why? On what basis? Did Russia, after the USSR collapsed, present any threat to the United States or European countries?
That's like the point. Like, they never expected that would happen. It was so shocking to them.
Voluntarily withdrew our troops from Eastern Europe, leaving them just on empty land. Our people there, military personnel, lived there for decades in what was not normal conditions, including their children. We went to tremendous expenses. And what did we get in response? We got in response infrastructure next to our borders. And now you're saying that we're threatening to somebody. We're conducting war games on a regular basis, including sometimes surprise military exercises. Why should it worry the NATO partners? I just don't understand this.
Will you commit now not to send any further Russian troops into Ukrainian?
Where is that written? What do you mean, where is it written? You know, it's like it's not denied by anyone. Russian military operations were resumed because, believe it or not, Ukrainian nationalists broke the ceasefire. I believe by attacking civilians. I don't know what a rusted anchor is. Just to let you know, guys, I don't know if anyone cares, but I did beat Elden Ring. I beat Elden Ring. I hacked it. Now I'm getting all of like the bell-bearing smithing stones because I'm gonna hack I want 999 of every single smithing stone so I could just make any weapon a god weapon. And then I'm gonna do Noob Game Plus. like max stats, OP as fuck, and then I won't hack. And I'm gonna do like multiplayer and just like fuck with people, you know? I'm just kidding. I would never do that. Just kidding, just kidding. It's all a joke. I didn't even hack Elden Ring. I did not even hack Elden Ring. It's a joke. It's totally a joke. I literally joked about all that. But I did beat Elden Ring in a completely legit way. I did not understand it. I did not understand it either. I'm literally joking. You think I know how to hack Elden Ring? Of course not. I don't know how to fucking hack Elden Ring. Of course not. It's all a joke. Everything's a joke. I don't know how to hack Elden Ring. I don't. I played legit and I beat the game, okay? I didn't hack, but I looked up a YouTube exploit. That's not hacking. It's like you can farm runes for 10 million runes every hour, and I just sat for 4 hours every day just farming runes. Becoming OP. I played 500 hours of Elden Ring, okay? Put a password in the Guerrilla Army, will just give you stuff for free. Guys, I don't need stuff. If you saw my stats, and if you saw my inventory, you would trust me, I don't need anything in Elden Ring, okay? I don't need anything. As a matter of fact, let's actually watch all of what Putin said. But as a matter of fact, I'm not gonna shave my back. I just want to play PvP now at this point, Elden Ring. Also, I want to play I don't want to play a video game anymore. I don't want to play games. Okay, I don't want to play games. Yeah, I don't want to fucking play games anymore. At this point, I don't know what I want. I think in Austin we're throwing a party or some shit. I don't know. Guys, who's coming to Austin, by the way? Who is actually coming to Austin? I know you're coming, Pesto. I know you're coming. You know Logo's coming? Logo said he's coming. Benign, are you actually coming all the way from Australia? Did you actually get your visa all the way from Australia? Yeah, that's pretty crazy, honestly.
Что нужно сделать бесполетную зону.
We're going to Austin for the fucking CPI conference. We're doing it for the CPI conference. You ever played Europa Universalis? Fuck no, bro. You think I play those fucking... Bruh, the only video games I play are games where I could just, I have a guy, and I have, a sword or a gun. I can run around and just fuck around and shit. I don't play those games where... I don't play those fucking games where it's like... Hey, I don't play menu scrolling games. I play games where I could just punch people and shit. I know Dying Light is fun. I just don't have time for video games. I don't have time for video games. I swear to God, I don't. I barely have time for fucking Elden Ring.
На территории.
I want to watch Batman, is the truth. And I'm watching Batman in Austin. I'm watching it in Austin. I'm going to Austin. I'm going to watch Batman.
На территории. На территории
Украины. You can't believe I haven't seen it? What do you think? You think I have time? I don't have time.
Сделать это невозможно.
So, Russia will consider the decision of any country to introduce a no-fly zone over Ukraine as participation in military conflict, and it doesn't matter what organizations they are members. The consequences would be catastrophic, not just for Europe, but the world. No military or special mission is planned. Neither conscripts nor those called to be training will be volunteer. What does this mean? aren't they already saying that conscripts are involved? Well, apparently Putin is denying that. Ukraine is presented with many different options for the demilitarization of Ukraine. There are some on the negotiating table with Kyiv. Russia hopes for a positive reaction. The primary goal is demilitarization. Remember, guys, the primary goal of Russia's intervention is not annexation, it's not conquest, it's not regime change. It's primarily about demilitarization. And if they end up having to overthrow the Ukrainian government or annex Ukraine in part or in whole, it is in pursuit of that overall and overarching goal of achieving demilitarization. It's in pursuit of achieving the goal of demilitarization. You can't possibly think annexing the entirety of Ukraine would go well with the current population. I don't know. You know, I could, believe it or not, I think I actually am entertaining that possibility because look, I think there could be protests and stuff. But if hold on. Hold on, Tarek, give me a sec. If there's I could really easily see Ukrainians just like say, "Oh, Ukraine is not real anymore as a country, whatever." It's not like life has changed and you know what I mean? Like I just see that happening. I could just see Ukraine not exist as a state anymore. I mean, maybe I don't know enough, but I could just see that. And I could see Ukrainians eventually just be fine with it and just be like, okay, whatever. It's not like anything's changed. But I'm sure in Western Ukraine, I'm sure there's a lot of unrest that's going to happen. But you'd be surprised, like, when you have a country that's so close to Ukraine, like Russia, historically, civilizationally, and culturally, and all that stuff. Look, if it's any look, if this was any other country, you're right. Like if this is like Russia trying to take over Pakistan, you're right. They're not going to be able to hold that. But I could just see Ukrainians just be like, you know what? We're Russians now. Fuck it. I could see it. Okay, Tarek, the reason I'm laughing. Does anyone know who this is? Does anyone actually know? Someone link it in the fact checking. Do you guys know who this is? This is a Ukrainian commander LARPing as a captured Russian. And he's still at it. We covered this. We covered this like a week ago. We literally showed how he was in uniform, wearing the Ukrainian uniform of a Ukrainian soldier, and he was an officer. It's the same guy that we covered. If they annex Ukraine, they'll have NATO on their border again. That's fine, because what they don't want is someone who's bordering that Volgograd gap. So it's okay. Yeah, he's been captured multiple times. And it's the, yeah, you guys remember him now, don't you? You guys remember him? Okay, go ahead and go in fact checking and get us that picture again. Here it is. Yeah, there we No! Fuck. I can't click the link. Holy shit. Cannot click this fucking link. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Guys, okay, we found the officer. Okay, so remember we covered this and we're like, oh, this is a captured Russian guy and it's actually a Ukrainian officer. He's a good old, what do we even call this guy? What do we even call this guy? What do we call him? The same guy. Okay. LARPing Larry. He's literally a Ukrainian officer LARPing as a captured Russian soldier. The master of disguise. The skinwalker of Kiev. Let's call him the LARPer of Lviv. The Kiev skinwalker. Oh god. I don't want to see anyone get gunned down.
Российской Федерации. Я представляю подразделение специальный отряд быстрого реагирования в звании подполковника на должности старшего опера
This is just stupid.
Полномоченного ПВД. Зовут меня.
He's just who's that guy who's the guy who said that who do you think you are, Tyra Banks? This guy should just say he's Tyra Banks. Isn't Tyra Banks the pinnacle of authority? You guys remember who is the guy who said he's like, "What do you think you are, Tyra Banks?" What was that again? Yeah, he's just be like, "I am Tyra Banks." It's literally just a random Ukrainian guy LARPing as a captured Russian officer. It's actually, let me look up the copy post. Tyra Banks. You're not Tyra Banks. Just schedule something, you commie moron. You want to run the world, but you can't schedule a fucking guest. Holy shit, it's called a time because you can't identify it. I didn't ask for a 10-minute warning you to do this. With everything in life, it's hard to say, okay, 7 p.m. EST, you stupid fuck. Yeah, so Azov Andy over there is literally just a Ukrainian officer LARPing as a captured Russian. So, on a darker note, I saw the footage myself, and I'm not going to show it, but Russian MMA fighter Maxim Rindovsky was captured by Ukrainian forces. There's a horrifying video of him being tortured. I will not post it. Authentic Ukrainian war crimes are now being used to justify the escalating war. I saw that video myself. It's really disturbing. The way out of the current situation with sanctions may be the maximum economic freedom of business. The government is working on expanding support measures, including lifting restrictions on entrepreneurial activity. The Minister of Transport has proposals on how to solve the problem with leasing companies and aircraft equipment. Negotiations with companies are already ongoing. There's no doubt the Russian military will finish its task. Everything is going according to plan. Russia's key demand is the demilitarization of Ukraine. This was meeting with female pilots and aviation sector employees. Putin says everything's going according to plan. You know what? I trust him. Putin has never bullshitted. He never bluffs. He always just, whenever he says something will be done, it is done. If it doesn't get done, I don't know what's going to happen. Now, guys, this is super important. This video is super important. I was saving this, right? I've been saving this video. A U.S. Colonel McGeiger says, Russia's army was too gentle. Now it will complete everything. Zelensky's delusional and a puppet. He should have kept Ukraine neutral instead of trying to join NATO. Almost all Ukrainian claims are propaganda. Just make sure there's no like TOS or bodies or anything. Okay, let's watch. Here we go. This is Russian propaganda. Wait until they start banning Fox News. I can't wait till they just ban Fox News, calling it Russian propaganda.
The first 5 days, Russian forces, I think, frankly, were too gentle. They've now corrected that. So I would say another 10 days, this should be completely over. But the question is, what is it that Zelensky is going to do? The Russians have made it very clear what they want is a neutral Ukraine. This could have ended days ago if he accepted that. And then they can adjust the borders. But the eastern part of Ukraine is firmly in Russian hands. But again, the Russians are not seizing territory. They're destroying Ukrainian forces. That's their focus.
Colonel, it sounds like you don't approve of Zelensky's stand.
Oh, I think Zelensky is a puppet, and he is putting huge numbers.
What? What do you mean he's a puppet? Yeah, I think he's a little bitch.
Of his own population at unnecessary risk.
Very true. It's actually true. It's like mind-boggling how the Russians had to open highways to allow these citizens of Kiev to be able to evacuate, whereas Zelensky wanted to keep them trapped and hold them hostage. It's pretty crazy how Russia literally warns Ukraine and the civilians of Ukraine when it's about to target somewhere, but the Ukrainian government and Ukrainian media don't relay the message, having blocked off all access to Russian media. So yeah, he's putting his people in a lot of danger. I did see Ahmadinejad's tweets. I don't trust that guy. Ahmadinejad has always positioned himself against the Soviet Union and Russia and China. Even when the Iranians took over the American embassy during the revolution, you know, Ahmadinejad was actually advocating for the Soviet embassy to be taken care of. So, I don't know though. I don't know. Maybe he just has a different perspective. Yes, I don't know, but he does. Maybe he just genuinely opposes both of them. Yeah, I don't know. He visited Israel's expo booth in Dubai. I don't know. I really don't know. Who's your favorite Iranian president since the revolution? It might just be this one. It might actually just be this one. Right? Yeah. Khamenei's the supreme leader, but yeah.
And quite frankly, most of what comes out of Ukraine is debunked.
Oh, he was president? I did not know that.
As lies within 24 to 48 hours. The notions of taking and retaking airfields, all of this is nonsense. It hasn't happened.
He's not a hero when he's standing up for himself and his own people. You don't think he's a hero?
No, I do not. I don't see anything heroic about the man. And I think the most heroic thing that he can do right now is to come to terms with reality. Neutralize Ukraine. This is not a bad thing. A neutral Ukraine would be good for us as well as for Russia. It would create the buffer that, frankly, both sides want. But he's, I think, being told to hang on and try to drag this out, which is tragic for the people that have to live through this.
I'm inclined to disagree with you, Colonel, but, we'll see how this works out. Colonel Douglas McGregor.
I personally think that, Listen, yummy squirreling squirrel. You know which tells me if you're a ban evader? You're not some random neutral guy from a random audience. You're someone who was already banned in this chat and you came back.
Tough guy. Thanks for being with us.
Like I know who is in the chat who is a ban evader.
We'll see you again soon. Thank you.
Like I can see it tells me in OBS. So, I know you guys have been hearing reports of Russian bombings of kindergartens. Well, Ukraine does have pretty peculiar kindergartens, and these seem to be pretty overgrown toddlers, if you don't ask myself. I mean, I don't know I think this is a 4th grader, and he's using some arts and crafts equipment, right? But these are Ukrainian soldiers stationed in a kindergarten. These are Ukrainian kindergarteners with the kindergarten toys, and they're just very big infants, right? This is a kindergartner who's playing with some kind of it's a crayon. It's just a very big crayon. It's a very big crayon. It's a Crayola crayon. And he's learning his, it's elementary, guys. It's a kindergarten. He's learning math. 1 + 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. All these weapons not for me. We only have them for as a toy. It's a kindergarten. The Russians are. So when the Russians bomb this place, the Russians are monsters who just bombed the kindergarten. Oh my god. I did email Pepe Escobar. He did not respond. I cannot talk about the biolabs anymore, but I did discover new stuff. I'm not I've obviously the misinformation shit is gonna be like, yeah, you cannot talk about those, so I won't. But I did find out a lot of new shit about those. And I honestly did not expect a debate about them. Had I would have researched more, but yeah. All I gotta say is it's kind of interesting how certain websites have removed certain information. That's all I gotta say. Anyway. So this is an example of a Ukrainian kindergarten. Now, Ukrainians tend to grow up a little early. They tend to be they call them early bloomers. So for example, this is transitioning from kindergarten all the way to middle school. And this is a Ukrainian, I presume, either an elementary school or a middle school. And here you have this is the Ukrainian class of 2026, all hanging out, playing a game of basketball. So if Russia bombs this place, Russia's committing an act of aggression against civilians. Russia's targeting civilians, right? I mean, Russians, they're so horrible. Did you hear about that kindergarten Russia bombed? Did you hear about that school Russia bombed? Well, it's just because the Russians are such horrible, horrible people, right? I mean, look, that was just an innocent, helpless kindergarten. You know? Kids these days. Growing up fast. Uh-oh. Guys, this is really bad news. I don't even know how I'm going to report this to you. Okay, I don't know how I'm going to report this to you because it's such bad news and it's such heartbreaking, heart-wrenching news, but I didn't think it was going to get this bad, but guys, guys, this has gone too far. It's gone too far. Radio Free Europe suspended its operations in Russia. Oh no. Oh God. What are the Russians gonna do without Radio Free Europe? Oh my God. Oh God. Please, Putin. Okay, Putin is now pleading with the West. Please, Obama. Please. I mean, George Bush. I mean, who the fuck do they have as president now? Please, Trump. Oh no. Biden. Please, Biden. Biden, no, please, we'll stop. Okay, well, it's too far. This is too. Okay, Putin, he's at the negotiation table. Whatever you guys want. NATO, West, whatever you guys want. Putin is now at the negotiating table. You just brought Russia to its knees. It's over. You brought them to their knees. I mean, suspending the biggest source of Western propaganda in the world. What? No. This is too far. Putin is going to just not be able to handle this one. Yeah, I saw that thing about them escorting the rich guys. Good morning, Revolution. We're not watching.
Three of them are.
But we need to know what Joe Sims has to say about this because it's really important. But anyway. Good morning, Revolution. Good morning, Revolution. Just making sure there's no violence. Okay. So apparently, Ukrainian police are taking out rich Ukrainians and threatening ordinary citizens with automatic weapons who have not paid for passage. Rosanna, I really disagree with the decision of Premier Khrushchev sending in those tanks to Prague. Now, Rosanna, why'd he send those tanks to Prague? I didn't think that was justified. Way Joe Stalin. Did you see Redditors expose Ukrainian military using schools for upvotes and Russia started bombing those hideouts? No, Russians are so bad. They're so bad. They're so evil. This is the police of democratic Ukraine. Ukrainian democracy in action. One man, one vote. Except if you have a big wallet. In that case, you're probably worth about like at least a few dozen men. Excuse me, make a way. Let me throw my BMW. There's my Porsche. Excuse me, peasants. Making way through my Porsche. Ukraine's so not corrupt. It's like the most least corrupt country in the world. Visa and MasterCard halt business in Ukraine. Is it over for Russia? Totally over. How will Russia survive developing its own sovereign financial sector in partnership with China? Oh no. Oh god, I don't want any violence. Some crazy shit. Some crazy shit. We got more. We have more. Let me see. The door on the truck is center tape. The Z is masking tape on the door. What? Hold on. So you're saying that that convoy I was shown in the snow might not even be Russian because this is masking tape? This is masking tape. So this might not even be Russian. So this was fake. It's a high possibility it was fake. So this might have been a Ukrainian convoy that was abandoned. And someone put masking tape on it to make it seem like it was Russian? They would never do that. I mean, come on, guys. What precedent does the pro-Ukrainian side have for falsifying and mislabeling videos and images? Clearly none. Yeah, not only that, the masking tape wasn't damaged, despite the rest of the vehicles being damaged. It's pretty weird, and it's pretty sus. Pretty weird and sus. Pretty strange and suspicious. Uh, in Mariupol, Ukrainian forces captured a 122 millimeter Grand Pattern MRL, killing 5 Russian soldiers, possibly in ambush. Note RPG 26. Yeah, it's totally makes sense that the Russians would label their vehicles 3 times with a Z. Totally not overkill. See the Red Cross boxes? Apparently that was actually debunked. That was apparently debunked. We can't have misinformation on our side either, you know? We need to be overall correct. Daniel Burke was at the microphone. Let's see, just making sure there's no TOS. Okay. Daniel Burke actually spoke at the protests in New York. Let's see what he had to say. Check it out. Misinformation is finally right. No, it's not.
Hi, my name is Daniel Burke. I'm with the Schiller Institute and the International LaRouche Movement. I want to say it's absolutely the case. We need a new international security and development architecture.
The truck suggests it's Ukrainian surplus equipment. It would not surprise me.
It is the statement of the Schiller Institute that the cause of this crisis...
Is this Harry Potter? Is there a new Harry Potter movie? Oh my god, there's a new Harry Potter movie. What? Harry Potter and the... Harry Potter and the Sorcerer of Ukraine. Dun, 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 dun. Oh.
Is the break...
Putin is Voldemort. I'm surprised no one's photoshopped Putin as Voldemort yet.
Breakdown of the neoliberal economic...
Zelensky's just like Harry Potter. Should I make that tweet? Hold on. Should I make a tweet, guys? Should I just be like, let me make the tweet. Let me just make this tweet. Is Crazy Slick banned from Twitch? Because he's literally on my fucking TL. Is he banned? Can I show him? He's just on my timeline. Is he banned? Yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. What a, like, fucking lazy chat. I had to fucking look it up. He's not. Fucking lazy ass chat. 1,000 fucking lazy fucks in here. Okay, let me make the tweet. Zelensky. I just realized that Zelensky is just like Harry Potter. Biden is Dumbledore. And this dude in your Twitter thread. Can I at least make this tweet without being disturbed? Okay, well, give me a sec. What is this shit? And the implication... If you think China will make up for the impact of the sanctions, you're delusional. And the implication that the West will suffer more economically from the sanctions... This is literally the Russians... Okay. Tell the Germans and Europeans they better go renewable fast before Russia cuts the heat. Thinks The world market isn't dependent on Russian gas exports. This is how I can tell you don't know anything. We have a petrodollar system, highly sensitive to disturbances in the overall price of oil, which is a proxy for the inflation of the price of all other goods, almost all other goods and services. Everyone, anything about how economies work knows this. Fucking dumbass. How do stupid people interact with me? I don't know. Let me go back to my tweet. I just realized that Zelensky is just like Harry Potter. Biden is Dumbledore, and Kharkov is Hogwarts. It doesn't say Kiev. Kiev is Hogwarts. And you guessed it, Putin is Voldemort. Holy shit. Kiev is in okay, Biden is Dumbledore. Kiev is Hogwarts. And Putin is Voldemort. Are there other characters? Nancy Pelosi is Hermione Granger. I'll just say this. Once you realize this, you can see that the good guys will win. Choose hope over bigotry. I don't even know what I'm saying. I don't even know what I'm saying. Victoria Newland is Hermione Granger. No, the Victoria Newland is what makes it fun. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, this is how we should just, guys, new rule about responding to these types of images. Haha, the Kremlin gremlin. I just respond like this. I think we should just respond like this, right? What else should we say? I mean, it's because it's accurate, and yeah, I think we should just respond like this. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, and yeah, Haas is Draco Malfoy. So you would predict by now Russia's economic growth will be in a better place than the US? Russia is already a net exporting country. What do you mean? I'm pretty sure Russia's economic growth. Russia economic growth 2018. Okay, USA 18. Yeah, the US GDP is barely above Russia. US versus Russia economic growth. 2021. Russia's economy grew 4.7% in 2021. US economic growth 20. How much did the US grow? 5.7. There's more by 1%. And GDP economic growth is not a very reliable indicator of economic growth in general. Sorry. There's literally a guy named Haz bin Laden. Listen, you know what's crazy? DGG is allowed to be racist, but I can't be, like I'm censored. I can't even say what I want to be when it comes to them. But yeah, they complain and they'll report you. Look, I don't care if you're racist. I just want to be able to have no rules either, you know? Because I hold back a lot. 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 Oh fuck. Yeah, let's watch this again.
Statement of the Schiller Institute that the cause of this crisis is the breakdown of the neoliberal economic system.
Workers are refusing to unload Russian oil from a German flag ship which is moored at a major British oil refinery. The West can just take these L's and see how they're going to fare without oil. Just go ahead. Increase that price of oil. Go ahead. $7 a gallon for gas. See if Americans are going to take that.
We are facing a tidal wave of at least 1 quadrillion, if not much more, in worthless speculative assets that are based in the City of London and Wall Street. And that is the bubble that people are trying to save by crushing Russia and China. That's what you're getting from the City of London and Wall Street, is a policy of eliminating the only nation states who can stand up to enforced deindustrialization, destruction of capability of actually surviving, as you see with the destruction of a necessary means of life, with CO2.
Every 50% increase in oil prices have ended with a recession. We have reached 50% and we can go further. Oh yeah, I mean, didn't we already have a recession because of COVID?
Reduction. This is climate colonialism. This is well known. Look at the statements of India. Look at the statements from African nations like the president of Nigeria. And in October, at the COP26 conference, many developing nations rejected the destruction of their own economies, Russia and China among them. It is up to us to lay the basis for the development of every nation on this planet. The World Land Bridge. We have to get the idea across to people that we can eliminate the worthless debts of Wall Street with Glass-Steagall in every country. We can bring about credit for development like China has been doing with the Belt and Road Initiative. The solution is peace through development. Peace through development. Peace through development. It's the only way that we can possibly rescue humanity. Ukraine should be a bridge between Russia and Europe. It should be a bridge of the belt.
I don't know why people say this, because Poland should be a bridge between Russia. No, I agree with him. I'm not trying to attack him. I like this guy a lot. But it reminds me, like, a lot of people say this, but I think Poland should be the bridge between Russia and Europe. Not Ukraine. Ukraine is part of Russia in its sphere of influence. There's nothing European, or there's nothing Western European about Ukraine. Ukraine is an overwhelmingly majority Eastern Orthodox country. Okay, it's part of Eastern Orthodox civilization. Poland and Czechoslovakia are bridges to Western Europe. I'll grant that. But not Ukraine. Ukraine isn't this Western country, you know?
And Road Initiative. That's what the future is for a neutral,
Geographically? No, I know. I'm not picking on what he's saying. I'm just
So please join me.
something I hear a lot.
Go to the Schiller Institute website, schillerinstitute.com. Take this leaflet if you have it. And
It's because the Western part was Polish. It's like the only reason people think there's any like Western aspect of Ukraine is because the Western part of it was Polish and just Stalin gave it to Ukraine. Majority Russian states have given Ukraine like 20. What was that? Have given Ukraine like 20%. Sorry, why would I say 20? Giving like Ukraine like 80% of its territory. If not more. George Takei. No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. Don't tell me he said that. Don't tell me. He didn't say that shit. He did not say that shit. He did not say that shit. He did not say that shit. Where? Link it. Link it where he said that. We can endure higher prices for food. Let me find. I gotta find it. No, he didn't say that. LMAO! Look at this, look at this, guys. We can endure higher prices for food and gas if it means putting the screws to Putin. Consider it a patriotic free donation in the fight of freedom over tyranny. He's worth 14 million. What's that picture? Hold on. What's that picture? That facial expression? Yeah, this is the one. Hold up. I'm just gonna tweet the picture, that's it. The picture speaks for itself. That's all I wanted to tweet. He's like, well, he said we can, what did he say? Wait, you sure about that? I mean... Yeah, inflation is it's our patriotic duty, guys. We're right there with you. George, whatever the fuck his name is, he's like worth 14 million. He's like, "Ah, right there with you guys." This is like if you're out in the wilderness and you're like, "All right, guys, we're gonna endure this wilderness together." And one dude is in like a $2 million RV. Everyone else has to fend for themselves. And every once in a while, they open the RV and they're like, "Right there with you guys, solidarity. Go fight the bears and shit." Fucking goes back in. I wanna see the Batman. Okay, what is this shit? If the cringe could not get any worse, okay? Vaccine status of Ukrainians, fellow freedom fighters. Hi, folks. Just checking in. Seriously thinking about traveling out to Kiev to join the resistance. One thing I'm having an issue with: the very low vaccination rates of Ukrainians and potentially other freedom fights arriving. I unfortunately have a compromised immune system. And a number of comorbidities. Despite being triple vaxxed, I'm comfortable with the idea of being around so many unvaccinated people and potentially being taken out by friendly fire. A COVID positive individual. I appreciate there is chaos at the moment, but are efforts being made to vax and boost the Ukrainian population? It's not a troll. It's not a troll. This is 100% how these people think. These people have like their well, I can't talk about this, but yeah. I remember the new. Let's see. I'm just remembering the new Twitch policy. Vaccines. How many boosters are we on now? Or I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Like, what is the thing for boosters now? Are we done with that, or what happened? It's to what's going on with COVID? By the way, what's going on with COVID again? Or is that did that? Well, in other news, guys, something that not a lot of people are covering, which is pretty crazy here, is that I have to pay to look at the news, but truckers that are protesting COVID mandates are amassing outside the Capitol. Convoy supporters can move into Washington to hold rallies, and the police are preparing for it. Fuck. They made us forget the whole Ukraine shit. Okay, this one is free, so at least I could see this one. So this is another convoy. They can move to Washington. One group of truckers called the People's Convoy left California a week ago, made its way to the East Coast, and was stationed at Saturday. And what is this? Maryland. How does that make sense? They went all the way to Maryland. Isn't this out of the way? It was not clear what the exact travel plans were. A rally will be taking place at the Hagerstown Speedway. Why did they go to Maryland? I heard the police have already shut this thing down, basically. But we'll see. We'll see. It's a developing thing, right? Developing story. Okay. Check A as B. Why? Oh, fuck. Look at this. Russian Yamal Europe pipeline halts all westbound gas supplies. Flow from Germany to Russia has now been suspended indefinitely. Europe is fucked. Europe's fucked. That's all I gotta say. There's some Twitter account posing as you responding to your tweets. Lugansk People's Republic reports they captured these places. At least there's no TOS in the replies. That's what they're reporting. Okay. AK-47. Oh my god, we got a comedian in the chat. Hold on, guys. This guy's really funny. AK-47. Sunyata, will you get in my VC so we can interview the average Destiny watcher? We just want to know what kind of person you are, because I think we've already gotten an idea by now, but like, will you get in my VC or are you a pussy? Also, we want to know, like, yeah, the whole squad's laughing. The whole, guys. Okay, I could forgive you guys for laughing at, like, the Kremlin gremlin shit. Or the Moscow manlet. I think those are the best ones. But AK-47 is just not funny. It's literally just not funny. That's the cringiest one. Yeah, let's VC. Okay, get in my VC, bitch. Go ahead. It is. Do you really think AK-47 is funny? Like, you actually find that funny? It's actually fascinating you have that sense of humor. Okay, let's, Okay, we'll just put this up, since this is, what we're getting in our chat. Alright. No, they're saying, like, AK 4'7". It's really funny. Thank you, Jackson. Appreciate you, man. Will this little bitch get in my VC? Oh, fuck. Did you just talk about the gas stoppage to Europe? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Where's that little fucking pussy? He's not gonna get in my VC, is he? Go ahead, hurry up. We're waiting. Go ahead, get in VC, get in show Q. Get in VC. We're waiting. PC, show Q. What up, bitch? Yeah, so you're a Destiny follower? You're not a big fan of Destiny?
I'm more interested in like what mic you use.
In what mic I
More
use?
interested. I'm more interested in the mic you're using right now.
How old are you?
That mic has to be waterproof because you were deep throating that last night.
I wanted to give you time for people to laugh, like so you could
Right.
hear the laughter. Like I don't want to speak over the laughter.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to.
Okay, give us more jokes.
I mean, I got a couple jokes. I want to know why. Wait, hold up. Why won't you fight Dylan?
Who said I won't fight Dylan?
You don't want to fight him though, right?
Who said that?
You said that.
I did not say that.
You word for word. You're like, no. He knows how to fight, and then you're like, oh no, I
Okay,
won't fight.
can you show me this? Because I don't remember ever saying that.
You don't remember?
No.
Oh man, that's pretty disingenuous. But yo, sick mic you have, okay? I thought by the end of that, like either your throat was gonna give out or the mic was, but pretty impressive pair, both of you.
I just want to give you some more time for people to laugh.
Oh, I mean, it's not like I'm trying to help you out here, okay? It's not a joke. And that was pretty scary.
Are
Are you
you
okay,
okay?
like on an
Because
emotional level?
you're kind of stumbling a little bit. Are you okay?
Are you okay? I just want to make sure you're okay because you were yelling a lot last night. I feel like I don't know. Do you have high blood pressure issues? You have
Let's talk about your
short man syndrome?
relationship with your father. Do you have good relations with your father?
Hell yeah,
Really?
hell yeah.
How old are you?
How old am I? How old are you?
I'm 25. How old are you?
I'm younger.
Okay, what is your age?
Why do I have to tell you? Age, sex, location? Come on, what is this?
Because
Illegal?
I think you sound under. I mean, you're the type of person who finds AK-47 to be funny. So I think you're a minor.
AK 4'7" is funny because like he's giving you I think like a couple inches. I think he's being a little modest with you. Okay. I don't know. AK-47 would be a
How
compliment.
old
I
are
think.
you?
How old am I?
Yeah,
Old enough to be your father.
and you're 14, 15.
Hmm. Oh, I don't know. Around there, yeah, sure.
Well, there you have it, guys. This is Destiny's fan base. And by the way, this is an 18 up server. Goodbye. Should call his parents or something. There you have it. That's Destiny's fan base being groomed. And you know what's really scary is that you know how it's a community associated with pedophilia, with the whole Mr. Girl shit and everything? It's like that's actually a minor from that community. There's many other minors from that community. And that's really fucked up. That's actually really fucked up. Just in my view. I just find it disturbing. Who is Hungarian 101? I don't know who that is. Okay? I don't know who that is.
United Nations, a meeting of the Security Council.
Fuck, I want to cover this Caleb bit video, but like it has the RT logo on it, so I guess I can't, because then it would constitute misinformation. What a fucked up thing. What a fucked up scenario. What a literally fucked up scenario.
Based.
Thank you for being a voice of reason in this insanity.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you, Putter TM. Appreciate you. Here's you backing out. Too bad you can't post links. You're gonna have to be more specific. Oh, also, you're a minor, and you're banned in my chat. Also, even if that constituted backing out of a fight, which it didn't, I didn't back out. I refused to commit to a boxing match a week earlier. All I was doing was justifying why I did that. As far as a fight in general, or fighting is concerned, I was ready then and there. So no, I didn't back out of any fight. No, it's just that there were private DMs when nothing was even settled in the first place. I never publicly committed to a boxing match. It wasn't decided it was going to be a boxing match. It could be any other kind of fight too. So no, you're wrong. You're a fucking idiot. Or I should say, you're just too young to be smart enough to know what you're talking about. Click more. Oh, fuck. I remember you, Cyberson. I don't even remember what you got banned for, but I'm pretty sure you deserved it. I am pretty sure you deserved it. My way to love. Lava zucchini. BC still.
Right now,
CNN reporter identifies a strange new moment in new Putin speech. I'd love to see this.
Russian President Vladimir Putin is delivering a national address. This as his troops, Russian troops, continue their invasion of Ukraine. We've been listening to the speech, and so far Putin says this war is justified in his view. And he says, contrary to what we have seen, that it is going according to plan. Let's get straight to CNN's international diplomatic editor, Nick Robertson. He's live in Moscow. Nick, what else are we hearing?
I personally am going to cope by interpreting.
Yeah, John, there was one strange thing about this broadcast for President Putin. He's normally really in control. He looked angry. We've seen him looking that way over the past week or so.
He looks the same as he's always looked. I love they do the same shit to me. Like they always like read into shit. He just like, let's see that again. It's like
he's normally really in control. He looked angry. We've seen him.
There's nothing's changed. He's always been the same. He's literally behaving the same ways. He looks completely calm and has the same body language and face as he's always had.
Him looking that way over the past week or so. But getting towards the end of his speech, he sort of finished and didn't seem sure if he was finished, got up, and then sat back down again, and then told the audience here that the war was going well, everything's on track.
I think he expected to get up and leave, but then someone asked another question, so he sat down to answer the question. Yeah, this is a DGG analyzer.
It's all up to speed, but I think the thrust of this speech was all about trying to keep Russians on track with him and with his war. He spoke about giving posthumous medals to those soldiers who were killed, 498, according to the Russian military. That was announced yesterday. So here you have, a day after, only 7 days into the war as well, Putin handing out posthumous medals by name and saying that any family of a soldier who was killed would get $65,000, any family of a soldier injured, and that soldier presumably would get $40,000.
Ah, you see, the left sleeve on his blazer has 5 creases in it rather than the usual 3 to 4. This is an indication of anxiety. I've seen Dr. K talk about it.
Also saying that there will be insurance for the soldiers. Presumably he means in a medical context here. So Putin really trying to keep the country on board, even while he's saying it's going on track. The evidence, of course, we see and hear, it's not.
Putin just made a statement in Moscow in which he said, quote, "I will never give up my belief that Russians and Ukrainians are one people, despite the fact that part of Ukrainians were threatened and tricked by the Nazi nationalistic propaganda." What's your response, and what does that tell you about his mindset?
It's sickening, and it's echoing what his speech he gave before the violence
Absolutely sickening. Totally sickening.
began, of what he plans for Ukraine.
This is not biased misinformation, by the way. This is legitimate media.
I wouldn't have said this maybe 3 or 4 days ago, but now I'm, and many others I talk to here, are beginning to think that he's after invasion of the entire country. And as one of your previous analysts said, he already looks like he's building that land bridge, that coveted land bridge between the Russian mainland and Crimea, so it doesn't starve of water and other supplies. But you will see...
Build the land bridge.
Allison.
They fear the land bridge.
Because of this, these types of statements, a big increase in the number of people leaving the country. Right now we're up to about 1 million. That could go up to 5 million. I am heartened by the fact that my government, the Trudeau government, just a few hours ago announced a...
I am heartened. Heartened.
Unlimited resettlement program for Ukrainians. They can come to Canada under...
This is like the Lord of Cucks.
Eased rules and stay for a long time, and that's exactly what other countries like the United States need to do, because it doesn't look like, sadly, there's going to be a quick end to this. And just one more point, as was pointed out, a lot of women and children are getting caught in the crossfire, and I'm telling you things today that are very hard for me to say, because I was a spokesperson for UNICEF and other UN agencies, but it really hurts me, it angers me actually, that none of the UN agencies seem to be able to call out the aggressor Russia by name. These are agencies that are tasked with saving the lives, protecting women and children, and if they're not willing to criticize Russia or Mr. Putin by name, we have a big problem on our hands.
Yeah, we need an allegiance. We need an oath of allegiance. How Putin's plan has changed. Okay, let's see. See how has it changed.
Fire and forget can take out a tank. Don't even have a target. Bomb, make them, and they are not South.
A Fox News alert. He's going after nuclear power plants, leveling neighborhoods, and maybe targeting civilians intentionally. So is Vladimir Putin's strategy to take over Kiev changing? Join me now to break it all down as Fox and Friends weekend co-host and
like Putin's been completely calm through this entire thing. This whole time, he's just like, everything going according to plan. And then the Western media is just like freaking out like monkeys, and he's just totally calm.
I am new but awesome debate the other day. You won a fan in me. Thank you being a truth teller.
Thank you, Weta32. Appreciate you, man. The Russian Community Center on 4th, Western 4th. So there's a Russian community center that was vandalized with colors of the Ukrainian flag. Interesting. Interesting. This is it is a hate crime. It's fucking racist. Yeah, it's a racist, fucking xenophobic. Whatever you have to fucking call it, right? Why are Russians being attacked just for being Russians? Yeah, Russophobia running wild. But guess what? Putin and the Russian government is the protector of Russia and Russians. Look at how the West treats Russians in Western countries. All Putin is doing is preventing that from happening to his country. Look at how they treat Russians in Western countries. There's an image from the Ukraine Youth Center and fact-checking. What is that? I don't even know that's TOS, Pesto. Doesn't sound like he prepared his remarks.
And in terms of Putin giving the message that it's okay to invade countries, I think the United States sent that message when it invaded Afghanistan. I think the United States gave that message when it invaded Syria. I think the United States gave that message when they murdered Muammar Gaddafi in Libya. And we, of course, can't forget what we did to Saddam Hussein in Iraq. So, and by the way, Putin isn't trying to take over Ukraine. If he wanted to do that, it would have been done 3 or 4 days ago.
So what is he trying to do? He's not trying to take over Ukraine.
He's trying to demilitarize and denazify the country.
And in the process is invading and destroying civilian locations, and civilians are dying along the way, being killed along the way, and the accusation that the Ukraine is run by Nazis that's debatable, and it's also hard to understand.
I didn't say it was run by. I didn't say it was run by Nazis. I didn't say it was run by Nazis. What I said is there's a very strong Nazi contingent called the Azov Brigade in Ukraine that the United States, through the CIA, has been funding, training, and used.
No, it's only 2,000 people.
In 2014.
It's only 2,000 people. It's not a lot of people.
To overthrow the democratically elected government of Viktor Yanukovych.
Let me pull Mary in here.
No, I mean, it's only 2,000 people, so it's not significant, okay? That's how modern militaries work. It's just based on size.
Afghanistan war veteran Pete Hegseth. Pete, thanks for your time. Can you give us an update? What's going on with this changing strategy? It appears he's gotten.
I don't even know what I'm looking at here, but I'm scared one of these images is going to be TOS.
Gotten bogged down up north, but I watched this morning on Fox and Friends. You seem to in the south. He's doing a lot better.
I'll just cover
That's exactly right. I think we have a time-lapse map that's going to show the fact that the initial push, no doubt the main effort, the hope, was that they were going to come from the north, and they have been bogged down there. The famous...
This is such like a misrepresenting map. Okay? This is such a like a... This map doesn't even fucking... When was this? This is March 6th. Kherson is a Russian-controlled area, and they don't have the red expanded here. This is the biggest cope I've ever seen. So Russia only controls Crimea and Donbass right now. That's just fucking cope, okay? Oh, this is February 26th. I'm stupid. Sorry. This is February 26th. Fuck.
This 40-mile convoy is a portion...
Never mind.
of it. It's not just that. As a result, but it was always a four-pronged approach from the north, the northeast, the east, and the south. It turns out they've made far more advances in the south, which is not advantageous for Vladimir Putin, but may lead to a shift.
March 4th. Okay, that's more accurate.
Strategy, and a tragic one, Dan, because what they have an advantage of in the south, and I think the next slide shows, is that it's the closest proximity to the nuclear power plants, one of which they've already taken over, another of which they may soon take over, which means they have control over whether the lights are on, the power is on, the water is on, the internet is on, and that leads to the siege mentality. When you watch those time shift maps, Dan, it's almost like an anaconda. It's a strangle effect on the country, choking off all of its options except for the West, where they reinforce. And of course, those Stingers and those Javelin missiles have been devastatingly effective. Reports show that, it's one man with a Javelin from 2.5 miles away, fire and forget, can take out a tank and rinse and repeat. And that's very dangerous for Vladimir Putin. So the nuclear reactors in the south are being targeted. And that leads me.
The Javelin guy has unlimited ammo, by the way, too. He has unlimited ammo turned on with cheats.
The president of Ukraine, damned if you do, damned if you don't for him, because he knew that he had to ask civilians to be armed. They don't even have enough weapons for all the civilians, but they're providing them. Through the lens of Vladimir Putin's eyes, and again, through his lens, he'll say, well, if you're arming civilians are target.
We have a dumbass in my chat. You can't possibly think Russia has done well in all of this. Why can't I think that? I would love to know why I can't think, or why I shouldn't think that. What reason do we have to think Russia has not done well? I think Russia has done well. I think Russia's done fine. I want to see this.
Hey, this is Jim.
Liam Neeson is talking about Putin over here. Liam Neeson is gonna negotiate with Putin.
Jimmy, who is this?
Seamus! Hello, this is Liam Neeson. How are you, my old friend?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. How you doing?
Jimmy, I'm heartbroken.
Why? Well, why is that?
I'm heartbroken over the state of affairs in our world. Once again, the dark specter of war has descended onto our fragile sphere.
Yeah, Liam, there have been wars waging constantly over the past decade that no one pays a lick attention to.
Sadly, this may be true. Such is the nature of man. But this war is now all over the news. So I, like so many other concerned citizens of Earth, am forced to contemplate it.
Right, okay.
I stand with the brave, beleaguered people of Ukraine, as well as those...
I love when they say it like that.
Citizens of Russia who do not want this unspeakable violence committed in their name. The people of both nations have a special place in my heart.
Why? Because you film movies there?
No, because they look like me.
So the Yemeni people don't have a special place in your heart then?
New Mariupol leader lists their priorities. Let's check it out. Okay, this is the new leader of Mariupol. Debt jubilee, gas prices lowered to Russian levels, temporary tax holiday, Russian market open to farmers, local militia gonna support whatever this is. Suggests Russia's here to stay. Novorossiya at least will be annexed. Good. Fucking based.
Who now?
That's why I could imagine a lot more cases like that happening. U.S. gives Ukraine plutonium. Is that real?
The citizens of Yemen. There have been a brutal and destructive proxy war going on there for years now.
I'm not familiar with that place. Sounds like one of those countries that if it were depicted in one of my films, it would be made to look like a dangerous hellhole. Stay away, Western man. Steer clear. Here be dragons.
Yes, exactly. That's the place. Well, I'm sure the world is glad for your concern, Liam.
Thank you, Jimmy. That means a great deal. But I'm not here to offer mere concern.
Oh, really? What else?
I'm here to offer my service.
Service as what? As an actor?
As an international symbol of celebrity. A bringer of peace. An informal diplomat. And yes, if the situation so requires, a thespian.
I see. Well, how do you see this working out exactly?
Well, perhaps I could
This
get
is really Liam Neeson, by the way.
involved in peace talks personally. I cut a very imposing figure in real life, I assure you. I'm not to be trifled with.
Do you have any background in that sort of thing, though, Liam?
British have arrived. Game over. No fucking way. Former British Royal Marines arrived in Ukraine to help fight Russian terrorists. Okay, I'm sorry, but for those guys, the rules of international law don't, according to Russia, don't apply. So Russia's not gonna take any prisoners. Good luck, guys.
Not officially, no, but how hard could it be? Besides, how does my status as actor disqualify me exactly? The Ukrainian president himself started out in entertainment. A comedian, Jimmy, like you. I saw the most delightful clip of him the other day, where he and 3 of his comrades in laughter
Thank you, Fred.
were all playing Hava Nagila on the piano with, get this, their flaccid members. Which, like all good comedies...
Longer stream tomorrow. Okay? Longer stream tomorrow. Bye. Bye. I'm so fucking tired, man. Bye, guys. Goodbye. Fuck. We're going to the gym. Bye, guys.